Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the regular commission meeting this Tuesday, June 4th. I am calling the meeting to order. May we have a roll call, please?
Mr. Markert? Mr. Long?
Here.
Ms. Cassell?
Here.
Ms. Burns?
Here.
Mayor Carney?
Here. If you could all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated. We have agenda approval, but before I get to that, there are some people here that had wanted to speak. We made item 4B a presentation item, although I note it talks about, I don't know whether this is if you're going to be looking for a plan for us or something like that, then I would like to provide for an opportunity for the public to speak, because as they would in a regular agenda item. Otherwise, how do you think we could best handle this?
So what we're referring to is the Veterans Park proposed parking area and expanded parking area in construction,
Correct.
in conjunction with the construction of Atlantic Crossing Sequence Number 2. So what can be facilitated is an opportunity for the public to be heard in advance of that presentation so that can be contemplated, because quite frankly, ladies and gentlemen, this is really an update based on guidance and commentary having been offered during the May 3rd goal-setting session, and this will provide an opportunity for the City Commission to provide ancillary direction relative to the matter. So that would be appropriate.
So,
Or you can make it 7AA.
Right.
When you pull things from consent, and just put it on as 7AA, and then you can open it up to the public after the presentation.
does that have the commission sense? Is that okay with that, everyone?
Sure. Would you like me to make a motion to amend the?
Well, yeah,
Well, let's
let's
make
go.
sure
Is there any
nobody
other
else
amendments to before we do that one? Are there any other amendments to the,
So
Yes.
4B will be 7AA?
yes, you have one?
6D,
6D?
yeah, just would like to have some discussion on the interlocal agreement with Palm Beach County School District.
Okay, we have 6D, which will make 7BB,
BB?
okay? And any other amendments to the agenda? Hearing none, I need a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
Motion to approve the agenda as amended.
Second.
Call the roll, please.
Mr. Long?
Yes.
Ms. Cassell?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Mayor Carney?
Yes.
Mr. Markert?
Yes.
Great. Okay, so the agenda is approved. We have 4AA coming up, and that will be Janelle Brown.
Janae?
Janai Bowens.
Janae Brown, yeah, right, there you are. I mean, Janae, Ms. Brown.
And actually, Mr. Mayor, we have Dr. Reiko Knight, who is the chair of the Delray Beach Education Board, to accompany Janai Bowens, and her capacity as Education and External Opportunities Manager, as we've updated that function.
Welcome to you as well. Janae, you have the floor.
Good evening. Janai Bowens, Education and External Opportunities Manager, sitting with Dr. Reiko Knight, the Delray Beach Education Board Chair. We're here to provide an update regarding our proposed education goals for program year 2024-2025. So the purpose of this meeting is to inform the Delray Beach Commission and residents regarding the status of our schools in terms of our performance data. Also to propose direction regarding priorities of staff and the Delray Beach Education Board, to provide clarification regarding school funding and the 2024 education grant, as well as to seek clarity regarding the Education Board's composition and ordinance. So I think it's very important for us to understand where we are in terms of student achievement and enrollment, so that we can have a clear and objective view of the directives going forward. So I would like to start with two of our most important data points. Historically, the city of Delray Beach has used kindergarten readiness and third grade reading scores to define relative campaigns and initiatives. So the kindergarten readiness screener is typically conducted in the first 30 days of our students who are going into kindergarten to assess their foundational reading skills. So according to our 2023 data from the fall, On average, 42% of Delray Beach children go into schools with foundational reading skills, meaning they can go in and they can understand print and text, phonics, phonemic awareness, and things of that nature. So in terms of third grade reading, we see that the achievement gap increases if students are not fluent readers by the third grade. And we know that there's a direct correlation between third grade reading scores and our impact on the community in terms of workforce mobility and the local economy. So what we see here is we see that 37% of Delray Beach third grade students are proficient in reading. So we're seeing a sharp decline from kindergarten readiness to the third grade reading scores. This is a larger picture of where we are from K to high school, so from kindergarten to high school. Overall, our trends in ELA and math are declining from kindergarten to 10th grade, with the sharpest deficit happening in the middle grades. The average reading proficiency in grades 6 through 8 is 33%. So this leads us to my goals and priorities. Based off of the knowledge, and we've continuously discussed where we are in terms of our student enrollment and student proficiency, and we all can agree that something has to be done. So I did some historical digging, and I understand that Delray Beach has been a part of Visions Assemblies, which offered relatively key focus areas for our community to focus on. This forum addresses systems that impact education, including community perception, development, and accessibility. From each of these Visions Assemblies, the City of Delray Beach was awarded the All-American City Award due to their collaboration between the residents, elected officials, and stakeholders that were pertinent in our policies in terms of education. Following a similar format, I believe, and also, utilizing that same collaborative framework, I believe that forming an education task force composed of education experts that can analyze our data trends, identify the root cause of low performance, and define how policy and systems impact these outcomes could be of great benefit for the City of Delray Beach. From the perspective of a problem-solving design, the findings from that education task force can lead to the creation of a roundtable committee that's composed of members from the Education Board and our district partners for coordinated planning. This way, we can design a strategy that engages everyone, all the stakeholders, and can be adopted into an interlocal agreement. I think it's also important for us to revisit the previously proposed Education Board ordinance that was tabled by the City Commission after the second reading in February. So a lot of consideration was given to the ordinance in terms of the board composition and size, the scope of responsibilities, and the board direction and goals. So in order for us to proceed in terms of what we're going to do with education and our comprehensive plan and our strategies, it's important that we revisit the ordinance to see where we are and where we would like to be. I would also like to provide district funding clarifications. So there were public comments during the May 7th regular meeting in regards to the money generated from Delray Beach property taxes that should go towards the success of our Delray Beach schools. So Florida utilizes an equalized funding system to generate allocations to each school district. This equalized funding takes the sales and property taxes generated by the City of Delray Beach, and it goes directly to the state, where the state then distributes all of the funding that we receive from our property taxes and our sales taxes to the entire state of Florida. So this is done in terms of equity. So looking at places within Florida that are not property dense or rural areas, so that all children across Florida can have the same access to equitable education. So in layman's terms, our property taxes do not go directly to our schools in Delray Beach. And when the funding is just distributed, student enrollment is taken into account. All of our schools, with the exception of one, which is Orchard View, are under-enrolled. So this impacts our funding even more. There was also questions about how the district is benefiting or funding our schools. So I thought it was very appropriate to see how the district has utilized the referendum dollars and the facility renewal projects in order to modernize our facilities. In 2023, about $6.6 million was allocated to Delray Beach Public Schools to provide additional personnel for mental health experts, security professionals, and fine arts and choice program professionals. Also in 2023, roughly $104 million was invested by the district for facility renewal projects. Two of our greatest projects was the completion of Delray Full Service and the modernization of Pine Grove Elementary School. So this is where the emphasis on the education grant came from. The realization that the property and sales taxes generated from Delray doesn't go directly to Delray Beach Schools created the opportunity for the city to look for ways to provide financial support to Delray Beach Schools. The loss of emergency relief funds provided to schools to combat COVID-related learning deficits, as well as loss of funds due to under-enrollment, will greatly impact our schools in the 2024 school year. Therefore, it was important to collaborate with the district to provide a one-time grant opportunity to our school leaders. The goals of the education grant was to provide accessible funding for teaching and learning, as well as to support initiatives directly tied to student performance. There are reporting and compliance measures put in place. So each school that received funding from the city of Delray Beach, they are required to provide an in-person presentation to the education board during the October 7th meeting. Also, there is a reporting document that is public record and is shared with the school district of Palm Beach County. So any changes, any amendments to the programs that are that they are using the funds for, it will be of access to anyone in the city as well as in the district. Also, there will be a report due to the city of Delray Beach at the end of the program year with the culminating impact.
All right, so thank you. I will now discuss our education board priorities. All right, so first up, we would like to continue and develop relationships with the school district at the district level in an effort for us to be able to establish a full-day voluntary pre-K program here in Delray Beach. As we know, kindergarten readiness is a real thing that impacts student learning, third grade scores up until graduation, so we want to get ahead of that, and given the capacity and the density that we have at our schools, we definitely felt like that was an objective that we wanted to work towards. The second thing is to share data with the community and families. And third objective there is to increase awareness of testing requirements in communities for families. So what that means is that we have a lot of families that may not necessarily know what the target is, how we get there, where their students are performing. So definitely being more conscious and aware of that. Our second goal is to collaborate with the City of Delray Beach Parks and Rec to provide remediation programming and what that could look like. In reference to collaborating with community partners, provide academic remediation after school for summer camps and different programs. So we are strong on understanding that we don't necessarily have the arms to reach outside of our education board, but we work with a lot of community partners who do the work, right? So if we're able to establish a relationship with them to understand that, getting some data back as to they're writing grants, they're doing the work with these students, what does that look like? And so we would like to definitely share that information and say, this is how these programs are making an impact for our students. I hope that makes sense. All right, so the next one is develop engaging parent engagement programs, which would increase awareness of testing and graduation requirements. That was something we discussed at length in our education board meetings, how parents, there's a lack of awareness in them connecting the dots between GPAs and actually passing. Or actually graduating at the end, right? So that is more so based on their state scores, their EOCs, and making sure that we are abridged for them to understand what that looks like. Establishing parent incentives to increase engagement, and then increase awareness of, again, kindergarten readiness. That kindergarten readiness. That's super important. Next, we're moving on to engagement and grant opportunities. So again, identify and apply for federal, state, private grants to fund educational programming. At the end of the day, we can say a lot of things, but money makes things move. And so if we have the ability to apply for grants and programs, then we can help move the needle forward in that area. And then last but not least is support adult education programming, pre-apprenticeship or apprenticeship programs, workforce integrations, promote English language learners and GED. So as we all have known here as Delray Beach residents, we have had Delray Full Service, which is gone under major construction. They just had a meeting last night with the school district about programming and what's available there and opening up new apprenticeship programs and different things. So we want to be able to continue in the conversation and engage with them as to what will benefit our residents and moving the needle forward in reference to economic development and what that could possibly look like for our families. All right, the last thing we want to discuss is board composition. So these are some considerations for you to consider. Education Board asked that the City Commission to consider appointing members to the Education Board that meet the following criteria: a nonprofit professional, early education professional, mental and behavioral health professional, Delray Beach Public Schools administrator, a parent, a teacher, all from Delray Beach Schools, higher education professional, adult ed, business owner, elected official, because we would definitely like to have a well-rounded table. And that concludes our presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Bowen. To the commission, any comments?
I have some questions. Would you like me to go first?
You may go first.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies, for that presentation. And I will volunteer to sit at the table with you. I have a 14-year-old, and I'm very concerned about what's going on in education. And while I don't attribute it to us or you, but the city as a whole, when Mr. Ferguson came in, he painted a very grim picture for us about what's going on in our city. And we need to do something about it. And I think we're all in agreement, but the question then becomes, what are we doing? So do we have enrollment numbers for our schools? Do you have that? Can you provide that for us?
Yes, I can provide you that information.
Okay. And with that, do we know what percentage of those children are getting school lunches free or some kind of subsidies?
Yes, so all of our schools are considered Title I schools and receiving the free and reduced lunch option. So now there is a comprehensive means in terms of determining who receives this free and reduced lunch. So it's called the CEP, which is the Community Eligibility Provision. So it takes into account all of the students that attend a particular school who receive supplemental assistance, whether that's WIC or if it's food stamps or SNAP. And so they look at the total average, and then all of the students at that school are eligible for free and reduced lunch.
Great.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm so happy to hear that. Our choice programs, are we still having choice programs at Atlantic, Banyan, Carver, Plamosa, SD Spady, and Village?
Yes, all of our schools have choice programs with the exception of Pine Grove Elementary.
Pine Grove has none. Okay, thank you. And so have we looked at up-to-date geographical data, how many students are enrolled, but also then which ones actually come from within Delray Beach? Yeah, you don't have to give it
Yes.
right now, but is this something you could provide us? But I think what we really need is a workshop. And I have a lot of questions. Are we tracking the trends, including school grades, enrollment changes, showing what percentage difference there is? That kindergarten ready number that you showed is frightening because it's half of what it was literally a short while ago across the board. Mm-hmm. That's so scary. I don't know if we're still rated, if Atlantic is still a C, Carver's still a C, Banyan's still an A, Orchard View B, and the rest C. Is that still the same?
No, I'm sorry.
I would have to double check that,
Yes,
but
I have
I can
it.
represent Spady Worby.
Thank you.
I have the data here, I'm sorry.
I thought Banyan might have actually moved down.
So to answer your question, 76% of the students that attend Delray Beach Public Schools live in Delray Beach.
Thank you.
Currently in the 2023 school grade, Atlantic High is a C, Carver is a C, Banyan Creek is a B,
B.
Orchard View is a C, Spady is a B, Plamosa is a C for all grades K through 8, Pine Grove is a C, and Village Academy is a C for K through 8.
That's concerning for all of us. Excuse me, I have just a couple more questions. We went over the kindergarten ready, third grade reading scores you showed us. Tracking high school graduation rate. Have we been tracking the high school graduation rate so we can see the trends over the past 4 years or so?
Yes.
Can you provide that to us as well?
I can.
And then, how many students do we have enrolled in Delray Full Service? Do we know that number?
The last I checked, it was 352 students.
And that's down, right? 2016, 17, it was 836. 17, 18, 644. 18, 19, 590. And 19, 20, 640.
And that may be due to the programming itself. So that could be due to the programming, that can be due to the times that the program is offered. I
Right.
know that people definitely voice their concerns about it only being a day program. So definitely.
And I think those were the summer session numbers. Those were
No, they're the
the one that we got last night.
oh,
from-
the ones that you're
Yeah,
providing are summer?
3 was the
Okay.
summer session numbers.
That would make sense because it's
Yeah.
substantially different
Yeah.
from past. So either we have a big decline or those are summer numbers.
Yeah.
And we also have to take into consideration the duration of programming. So some of the programming is 18 months versus 6 months versus 4 months. So it's like a rolling basis in terms of the enrollment. So sometimes it fluctuates.
Right. A quick question about the money, the tax money, because I was the one asking at the goal setting, could we figure out how much we're paying in? But on our tax bills, there's two lines. That was one that says distribution local and one that says distribution state. So are you saying all that money is going to the state for
Yes,
allocation?
I spoke to the chief financial officer at the district. They don't
Wow.
even take into account how much of the funds come from Delray Beach because the funds go directly to the state. And so and then it's distributed through the equalized funding system. So they don't even take account or they can't provide me an actual number of how much of our property taxes are going to the state, because that was a question that I had. So what she did provide was the funding formula, how it's allocated, and then in turn, what is our turnaround? And that turnaround was the referendum and the bond money that we received in Delray.
Okay. So what I think, if my fellow commissioners and mayor don't mind, is that we should maybe schedule a workshop. And I think we have so many schools that are not even at 50% capacity. It seems like we should consolidate the schools and look to get additional funding. We could turn some of those facilities into resource centers or utilize them in other ways, but we have a lot of schools and we're not getting the money. And if that means consolidating the students to one location to get more money, then I'd like to do that. But what I really think we need to do, ladies, is provide all the data so we have a real solid view of what our problems are, and they're big. And then I think we should demand that our school system come in and present to us ideas about improvement. I'm a mom, and I know what my child's needs are, but I'm not a teacher, and I'm not an administrator, and I need someone from the school district to tell us how to improve our schools. We should not have all of our schools be C-rated. It's ridiculous. We're contributing a lot of money, and I know money isn't the factor. Our children need to be educated. We are not going to bring good jobs into this city. We are not going to produce self-sufficient people if we cannot give them a good education. And I am willing to commit whatever it takes to doing that. I think we need to have the nonprofits who serve our children at the table. The chamber should be at the table. The library should be at the table. The teachers should be at the table. The parents should be at the table. But the school board needs to come to Delray Beach and tell us how to improve our kids' education, not come here with numbers and tell us how bad it is. And ladies, you know it's getting bad and worse, because now with this new tax credit, people are getting over $7,000 to pull their children out of school and put them into private. So all we're going to have left in our schools is kids that have serious educational needs. Our numbers are going to continue to decline. I would like to see a solution, and I want it fast. Our kids cannot afford to wait.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Casal. Commissioner Burns.
I pass.
Okay. Commissioner Long.
I agree with the Vice Mayor. I think I agree with the workshop idea. We talked about this a couple times, and I think we should invite our school board members, Erica Whitfield and Edwin Ferguson. We haven't really had a chance to chat with them on an extended basis. It's been them presenting these like horrifying numbers, and then we get to ask a few questions and they leave. I think having them sit down and have a more robust conversation around this, there's a lot to figure out here, and we all agree that this is a really important issue, and I think the only way we're going to even start that process is a workshop. So I'm in full agreement there. Hopefully we can figure that out today, like come up with a date certain, hopefully before, like on a meeting day, maybe, not like a separate Tuesday.
There's nothing going on July 4th. We can come in here.
Perfect. I have nothing going on, that's fine.
I know you love coming to these meetings.
That's all I got, thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Marker.
Yep. Couple things. Interestingly enough, I have a daughter who teaches second grade inner city Chicago public schools. And when I listen to what she goes through, I mean, she's a teacher who has 29 kids in her classroom. 5 of them are immigrant children that don't speak English. The challenges that our teachers face are real, and it's tough. And I'm so excited to hear this presentation today that we're focusing on this. I think it's really important. I think, you know, when I talk to her about what they're doing in Chicago, kind of the same playbook that they're thinking about too, starting earlier, that pre-K stuff, you know, getting the kids earlier gets everybody advanced. So I think focusing on that is really good. I'm in agreement with my fellow commissioners. I think we should have a workshop on this. I like what Julie said in terms of inviting a lot of people to it so we can get the opinions. And I'd sure like to have a bunch of teachers here so they can tell us the real world. But thank you for the work that you're doing. It's really important for our community.
Thank you.
Thank you both for coming. I mean, we got a lot of challenges. You know, Doctor, you said something that talking about the grants. You've got it. We're going to have this workshop meeting, but you have to help us figure out how we can help you get those grants, because we may have other resources that you don't. And this is just too important. I mean, everyone's focused on third grade education, third grade reading, which is important. But I start worrying when 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, they fall off even more dramatically. And those are kind of key years as people are trying to move forward, either go to college or into the workforce or something. I mean, they need to have their skills need to be better than we seem to be delivering. And I understand it's part of funding. You had mentioned something, Ms. Bowen, about the fact that because Pine Grove is under-enrolled, it's now getting less money.
Yes, all of our schools are under-enrolled. So our funding is directly tied to enrollment. In the education budget, every school has a budget, of course, and so some of the allocations come from program cost factors. Those program cost factors is based off of which of our students are just in general education, so they're just receiving basic education, which of our students are enrolled in ESC, so those students will need more support, which of our students are enrolled in an ELL program, they receive more support. So the basic cost of a student, if you in terms of program cost factors, let's say the average student receives $3,000 per student when you're thinking of FTE. A student that is enrolled in a special education class, they will receive maybe $6,000 per student, and then this child enrolled in English language learners courses may receive $5,000. So when we look in terms of student enrollment, if we only have 229 students in a school when the full capacity is 800, they're only receiving the program cost factors for the students that are sitting, the bodies that are sitting in that class. So they're not receiving the full funding that's necessary to provide quality education. So I think like there has to be a focus on increasing student enrollment, which of course is tied to community perception, is tied to our facilities, is tied to the amount or the quality of choice programs that we provide. So it's a system. So when we do think of the changes, we have to have systems thinking and think of how all of these things impact the total enrollment in our schools.
You know, I'm surprised Pine Grove isn't part of the choice program at all. I mean,
there are no choice programs.
No.
at Pine Grove.
that's not good.
Right.
You know, I'm just, these are things that bother me. We're going to have the school board come in. You're going to help us fight, because we need to fight back for some of these dollars. And because what the vice mayor and deputy vice mayor said, this is exactly, what we need to be focus our time on when we get them in front of us. They came with the Karen Foundation. We were all very nice. That's nice. Off they went. But with that money, but this is really where the rubber hits the road, and we really need to put their feet to the fire, so to speak, and see where we can get some additional dollars, additional help, whether a grant, whatever. We just need to really push them hard here, because these numbers are not working. And if we're teasing ourselves to talk about business development and getting small businesses to move in town, when they look at these statistics, this isn't the first place people are going to look to move. No. And we have to be conscious of that. I mean, the voucher programs hurt us to begin with, but overall, we need to push to do better. And I know you're working your hardest, but all I'm saying is I think all of us up here want to help you, and you just need to tell us how we can help you so that we can help you. But we will get this workshop together, which I think is a fabulous idea. Yes.
I just want to make sure that I was clear. I don't just want the school board elected representatives. We want administrators from Palm Beach County school system here. And we would like them to come with ideas and solutions, not to have a discussion and hear our complaints. They should know what they are before they even come here.
I mean, they can look at these numbers. They know what our questions are.
Ladies,
I mean, really?
It could be consolidating the schools so that we get a higher percentage of enrollment, but I don't know if that actually works out numerically. I don't know what the answer is, and I'd like them to come with answers.
Commissioner Burns, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, I just wanted to add that the enrollment is directly related to the voucher program as well.
Right.
Because the voucher, the money follows the kids, so the enrollment in the charter schools have increased, and homeschooling has
Makes it more challenging, which is why we have to fight for more
makes
dollars.
it very challenging, so.
Can I just add something? I'm sorry.
Certainly.
I just hope that I know this conversation is a lot about money and dollars and what that looks like, but we also need to consider the whole child and what that looks like. Mm-hmm. So there are environmental factors that play a big part of what happens with our students and where they come from and what they're exposed to and all of those great things. So I hope we hold space to have that conversation with this conversation.
I think
Thank
it's
you.
all included.
Good point.
So,
thank you both. I'm sorry.
If I may, just to summarize, and given the consensus, it appears that everyone's on the same accord with respect to workshop engagement. And Vice Mayor Casal and Deputy Vice Mayor, you all talk openly relative to the importance of administrators, officials above and beyond the elected capacity who can help us come back with solutions. So a focus for tomorrow morning's executive leadership team meeting, Ms. Bowens, is to prepare accordingly. And that does involve us confirming everybody's schedule, identifying the specific players from the school district of Palm Beach County to help us get us to where we need to be. So give us that opportunity to make time and to arrange that robust workshop engagement separate and apart from the present schedule of workshops and other engagements of the commission.
You set the meeting. We'll be there.
Thank you. So we'll be in touch and we look forward to it. Ladies, thank you very much. Well done.
Thank you both very much. We now have 4Bs. We move to 7AA. So we have public comments. City Manager, you have some comments?
Yes, I actually have one item that's listed on the agenda formally. However, before addressing that, I'd like to underscore a discussion that Commissioner Market and I had a couple hours ago in my office relative to observations of Lake Ida, the water tables in particular, and direction is being offered for staff to continue to engage with the South Florida Water Management District to monitor conditions in this regard. Much of this is in response to the observations that the water tables are extremely low, and clearly it's a function of the most recent drought experiences having been the case throughout South Florida, particularly in our community, not to mention a late start to the rainy season. Beginning of June, late May or so is typically the rainy season in the South Florida region. That has not yet taken shape, and therefore we're hoping for some better experiences in that regard. And again, I think you and I both have experienced inquiries from residents in the community as to why this might be. So one question came about, is this county jurisdiction? What does the city put? It's really a function of engaging with the South Florida Water Management District so that we can continue to educate and update the community. Hopefully with the start of the now late rainy season, we'll be in better shape in terms of relief. So with that, that's where we are, and that is why we are where we are, as far as we can tell.
Yeah, and just to be clear, I live in Lake Ida, so I've watched the water table drop dramatically. It's at, according to people who've lived here for a long, long time, we're at like historic low levels right now. That's disturbing in and of itself. But the second thing that happened today is I got a call that in the park where the playhouse is, there was a ton of dead fish in the water. And I had my wife go down and verify that, and she did. So there's something going on. Chief Major, I didn't tell you this, but I spoke to a couple of your officers on another matter today and told them, and they were going to reach out to Florida Fish and Wildlife just to alert them to that in case there's, could be an algae bloom there. I don't know, but some bad stuff is happening. The other thing that happened, one neighbor reported seeing one of those big gasoline fueling trucks, those ones that hold hundreds of thousands of gallons. They saw 2 of those in the park today drawing water out of the Lake Ida. Suspicious at best, and the police were going to look into that as well to see what that was all about. Maybe it was permitted, I don't know, but Mr. Moore and I didn't feel like that passed mustard.
No. So again, collaborating with the Delray Beach Police Department, other staff, Department of Public Works collaborating with the South Florida Water Management District to ascertain any other specifics. We'll be sharing that across the board as we receive them. Globally speaking, however, it is a function of the current state of affairs relative to drought.
Yeah. And I just would encourage you, if you hear any other complaints, funnel them to me. I'm happy to work with Mr. Moore on this and just make sure we stay on top of it, because the water level being low is bad, but fish dying, equally horrible. So we want to get on top of it.
There was a problem with some algae in our area, and there was a spray done, and it killed the fish, and that could be what's transpired,
goodness.
sadly. But I don't know.
Anyway, all right.
Thank you for looking at it.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And as far as the item on the agenda, trajectory for external public engagement for park improvement programming and implementation. This is per direction as offered by the Commission during the May 14, 2024 workshop meeting, in which we all had an opportunity to discuss and provide guidance relative to the general obligation bond referendum, the parks piece in particular, of which we've already initiated the transaction process for half that outcome, $10 million, thus creating an opportunity for ancillary public engagement and community input to define what the next series of parks improvement programming will appear to be, formulating recommendations for City Commission review and consideration. So before achieving direction to that effect, we thought it would be appropriate today to give you all a sense as to what that engagement exercise will look like in the coming months. Likewise, it's fitting that Director of Parks and Recreation, Sam Mitat, be given the opportunity to share with the Commission what we were able to come up with in terms of outreach. Mr. Mitat, if you would, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Sam Mitat, Director of Parks. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Sam Mitat, Director of Parks and Recreation. Before I get started here, I just want to remind you, before you set a July 4th meeting, we actually have a very big event that we hope to see you all at on July 4th. So we look forward to that. As the city manager mentioned, we just wanted to briefly touch base on some public outreach and what we envision that to look like. And if there's any feedback that you have and something that maybe we missed that you'd like to see us do, by all means. As we discuss our bond projects, what we're looking at is to host a series of public outreach meetings throughout the city, various locations where we can discuss project updates and also maybe gather some additional community input. Maybe there's a project that we can include that we didn't already consider, or maybe something that we were considering adding that isn't wanted, i.e. the shade structures that we kind of talked about prior. And it really provides that type of opportunity. We plan to host a series of them, not just one or two, and move them throughout the city, right? We've always known that we increase our communication through the different programs, whereas if we hold it at just a Pompey Park or just an old school square, we do limit to some of the communities that don't always frequent there or go there, especially during the evenings and so on. Our meetings, what we look to, obviously open to the public. We would want everyone there, but also to make sure we reach out specifically to our stakeholders that are special to each park or each park project. And just what do we mean by that? So we mentioned here the stakeholders would consist of the pickleball club, right? Important when we're talking about building a pickleball facility, or your youth sports leagues when talking about artificial fields, or even an HOA, for example, if we're going to do something at maybe like a Bexley Park, to make sure the Bexley Park HOA groups are there. So just kind of that thought process to make sure that we're not just communicating in broad sense, but we're also communicating to those stakeholders that have specific interests for some of these projects. As I mentioned, we would look to do presentations throughout the city and hold those meetings throughout, probably starting here around the new fiscal year, looking at the new budget. and really work with our communications team. Ms. Carter, as you know, her and her team have a great track record for putting together these type of meetings, getting that input out, getting the interest out there prior to the meeting so that people show up and have their opportunity to speak. Working really tightly with her group and make sure her team does a great job of making sure that message goes out on all platforms, right? Not just one place. And then last but not least, we just want to make sure that as we do these meetings where we talk about specific remodeling of a park or what type of new features that also at this opportunity, I don't want to forget the idea that we can move forward in the meantime with projects maybe like a sports lighting or the public restrooms that we talked about, where maybe we don't have to change much. We're just retrofitting some lighting fixtures. So just want to touch base on those and offer that opportunity to say that's what we're looking for those public outreach meetings.
Okay. Commissioner, I'm sorry, Commissioner, do you have any comments? I have one comment.
Yeah.
I'm following up on something the city manager said. You've initiated $10 million worth of projects. Can we see which projects those are? I mean, I'd like to, if you're, I'm very conscious of the money we're spending in the park through the GO.
Yes, sir.
And I mean, we've talked about different things we wanted to hold back on. I just want to kind of make sure that we're not initiating projects that we have not yet made a decision whether or not they're the good projects to move forward with.
Just to be clear, I was simply referring to the transaction process, the revenue bond transaction process, because during the meeting of May 14th, we made a commitment to achieve half the portion of what's been
But if that's what
authorized
you're
in that
talking about, then I
regard. That is
understand.
specifically what
Then
I'm
that's
referring
fine.
to, because we actually had a deadline of about May 17th,
No,
3
that
days
was- that was-
later,
that was
to
for-
get that squared away. So we
Right.
have many opportunities in which we can collaborate and be clear in terms of what specific project outcomes are to be achieved.
Yeah, because Commissioner Burns and I shared a lot of views on making sure that we got proper citizen engagement is what citizens would like to see in the park, rather than us saying what we think they should see in the park.
Yes, sir.
That
No,
was-
we're very pleased with the direction and opportunity. So,
Yeah, to that point, and that's why I took the time for that last point. Just that the only thing that we're looking to move on sooner rather than later was the sports lighting and the bathroom pieces. And then you'll also see those come through because of the value. You'll see those on commission agendas for approval as
Yeah.
well.
Those are understood.
Yep.
Did you have anything, Commissioner Burns? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mito.
Thank you.
Any city manager have any other thing? You and I will go through the list at the end.
yes, sir.
The yesterday list, whatever.
Yes,
Okay, good. So
Yes,
now-
sir. Pardon me.
Huh?
I had the mic out. I had to
Yeah, that's
enunciate
fine.
yes, sir, for the record.
That's right. Comments from the public. If there's anybody who would like to speak on any non-agenda items or agenda, is it just non-agenda items? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Non-agenda items. Now's your chance to get up and speak. Each person will have 3 minutes unless you represent an organization, and you have people here that do not wish to speak, and then you would have 6 minutes. So please state your name, address for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, Mayor, Commissioners. Blake Ian Goldsmith, Delray Beach, 32 Southeast 2nd Avenue, across the street. I just wanted to get back on record. I know that you guys issued a rejection letter to all bids. I understand probably, or I assume it's probably just to continue the consideration process, and I think that was the best way to handle it and respectful of everybody's time. I just wanted to get back on record that we are highly motivated to come in here, 27 Productions, Cindy, Chris, myself, and our entire team, basically to come in with the priorities of bringing funding to the project outside of city funding so that we can free up budget, reducing immediately, even at least by half, if not more, the budget that's currently being put towards these projects, towards the stages like Crest Theater and the Pavilion. Some money that can be freed up for things like education, like we just heard about. And just removing that burden from the city and then continuing to a place where it's actually completely off the books of the city. I also wanted to add onto the record that since we spoke in front of the commission last time, and I was really brought to the attention that the art school and education part of this project is very important to the city, something that I love, went back and spoke to our whole team to see what we have, and wonderfully and serendipitously, we have within our team, even with one of my partners, have decades of experience as music teachers, dance teachers, theater teachers, and people who are highly motivated to join our team and help us run that effort. So that is something that we'd be excited to take on as well in tandem with running the stages. And again, just reiterating that we have some solidified partnerships with large promoters, including AEG, Red Light Management, and other entities that would help us really run this in a tremendous way. So I think that's all my notes. I'm going to be brief, and yeah, that's it. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. It's Paul Cannon, 1021 East Heritage Club Circle, 33483. I come before you this evening as chair of the Police Advisory Board, which last met on May 13th. In that meeting, I tried to bring up some discussion about Florida House Bill 601 and its potential impact, but I was unable to do so because it wasn't on the agenda. We also discussed the need for more frequent meetings and perhaps to hold a special workshop. And a motion was made to make such a request to the city manager. I just mention those because this is a common problem when we're actually conducting meetings, that it's actually quite difficult to have meaningful discussion about topics that are current without waiting 3 to 6 months to get them onto the agenda. So to be truly effective, we need to be purposeful and to be able to bring up issues and concerns as they arise, and the existing structure makes this almost but impossible to do. The police department, through its community outreach program, does an outstanding job in community engagement, and it's hard to see how we as an advisory board can improve on that. And as I said, being governed by the Sunshine Law makes it all but impossible to bring up for immediate discussion a recent event, God forbid, such as a mass shooting or officer-involved shooting or something like that. By only having a meeting once a quarter, it can be 3 to 6 months to discuss any recent event, by which time it's stale, it's lost in our memories, so opportunities to learn from it are limited. When thinking about this more, I realized that there is no advisory board as such for the Fire and Rescue Department, and arguably, why not? But I wouldn't advocate such a board without a purpose and being able to be purposeful. I therefore propose that the city creates a public safety board. Note that I didn't use the word advisory, nor am I looking for an oversight board. We have excellent leadership in our 2 public safety agencies, so there's no need for that. I would like to see a board that advocates for public safety awareness and civil emergency training. We have programs for that, yes, in the Citizens Emergency Response Team, along with first aid and CPR training, all offered by our fire and rescue departments. But the take-up for these is poor, and I certainly we don't have enough people in our communities that are trained and ready to react to a civil emergency. A public safety board can engage with community through the community through various HOAs and community groups that we have. It can also advocate for both agencies the need and concerns of the community and assist in outreach. But this board should not be governed by the Sunshine Laws, so it needs to be managed by the police and the fire departments if it's to be truly effective. I don't have all the answers to this now, but I would really like to get the discussion going with our city leadership team and to see what impact we can have.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I don't know if I'm going to let you speak, Mrs. Odom. I woke up at 5 o'clock this morning to watch your granddaughter play.
Don't start my time.
Thankfully, she won. She does a great job. But if I look tired here,
and me
because
too.
of you.
Okay. My name is Yvonne Odom. I live at 3905 Lawson Boulevard, and I'm here, Mayor, City Commission, with my hat as the Delray Beach president of Delray Beach CDC, which was organized in 1992. And I'm doing this so I can inform those of you who have not been around these 32 years that we've been in existence, building well over 300 homes. 90% of those families are still there with the house and the land. We also were one of the nonprofits that helped develop Atlantic Grove, and we still have a 25% ownership in those 14 units that's being finalized. If we are serious about the workforce here in Delray, we need to do more for ordinary people. I can't say it enough. Our workers, our teachers, firefighters, police officers, the people that work for the city, they can't even afford to live in Delray. Now, this may be a series because I got a lot to say, so you all are CRA and City Commission, so I did this on purpose. And I'll stop when my 3 minutes up. Path to home ownership. First-time home buyer pipeline grew to 249 interested. Now, this is lately. Interested families ongoing their pre-approval. 34 have already been pre-approved. Apply to existing housing program, increasing their credit scores and financial planning for the future. We've already assisted 19 first-time homeowners from the start of the process to the closing process on new construction, single-family, affordable homes, not apartments. All families are now residing in their newly built homes. The We Are Home project, which we won recently, we are very happy about that, worked with generational families with existing land to help them to build a new affordable home on their existing lot. The first phase completed with these new single-family homes built. All families are now living in these new properties, sitting on their family land. We grew our We Are Home candidate list now to 9 legacy landowners. 4 are pre-approved for mortgages and ready to start the building process. Replacing 2 lots, we purchased into 3 to provide more affordable housing for our community. Building plans chosen with Hatcher Construction, and we worked with other construction companies over the years. We held several credit repair workshops and new homeowners workshops with over 60 participants who are interested in starting their journey to become homeowners. And I'll continue this at a later date. But I just want to make sure you understand who the Delray Beach CDC is. We've been here longer than many of you all have been here, other than you, Mayor, and you, Commissioner Burns. And hopefully we can continue to work to provide the homes that I think every citizen should deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Odom. By the way, I wanted to clarify
George Long, 46 North Swinton.
Just if you could stand by 1 second, I just want to clarify something. The items that we have moved to 7AA, the time for them to comment would be now, not after it's on the item. Just clarifying. Want to make sure everyone. I don't want to get up people thought. I'm sorry, sir. Please continue.
I'm not here to dispense any criticism, but I did read in the Coastal Star, a very good paper, that we have decided, or the commission has decided.
You need your name and address for the record,
I did,
please.
Didn't I?
No, sir.
Yes, I
diverted you. I apologize.
George Long, 46 North Swinton.
Your mic is not on.
Oh. Well, whose fault is that? George Long, 46 North Swinton. This is not going very well. In any event, I was reading an article and it said that the commission lost a lot of interest in designating Atlantic Avenue, East Atlantic Avenue, as a historic district, and the word came up, overregulation. And I'm just thinking, if it comes up again, let's use a word called opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Should we wait for the mic to fix first? It's good.
You may have what you said?
I just want to make sure the mic works.
Oh, fine.
I'm sure you can hear me. Nobody's ever not been able to hear me. So, Mitch Katz, 1618 West Classical Boulevard. Thank you, Commissioners, Mayor. I want to just clear up some things. I came and spoke at the last meeting, and I think it was last month sometime. Talk about education, and I want to clarify a couple things. First of all, there's a saying that I stole sort of from somebody else and readapted, and it says, it goes by this: poverty begets poverty. There's only one way to get out of poverty, and that's through education. There is no other way but education. And that's why, and I'm glad that you're addressing it. Now I can hear myself.
Not working.
Because it's extremely important. There's those 3 All-America cities up there that everybody in this room is very proud of. But most people don't know the work that went into it, and most of it was community effort when it came to education. In particular, the last 2 was our 3rd grade reading campaign that had a huge impact. And I talked about the Karen funds. The city manager's letter said it was going to be addressed tonight. I didn't hear any mention of the Karen funds, but just saying that was given to the schools and they're going to be what have you. That's literally like taking a minnow and feeding a whale. It's not going to have any effect by handing it to our schools. By working with these non-ancillary organizations that we have, these nonprofits that are in our city that can help with those programs can actually make an impact on those children. And that's what they did for those last 20 years. Those awards had nothing to do with the school district of Palm Beach County. Those awards had to do with the nonprofits and the community members here that work together to do that work, because the kids are there from 8 to 2 or whatever exact hours they are, but it's that before time, the after time. One of the things we implemented was the Journeys program in the summer. And we were able, because of that data sharing agreement we had, we could see that when the kids left for the summer, they came back. Was there reading gains? There wasn't some, but we curbed a lot of that learning loss. And that was a huge win for the city and for those children. And those are the things where with small dollars can go far by impacting not just the kids that are going to those schools, but those kids that need it the most. Also, I think you got some false information about the funds. Anybody that tells you the school district can't tell you what money is coming here is not telling the truth. First of all, there's 2 line items on your tax bill. One line item goes to the local board, the other goes to the state. Those state funds get reallocated. Your state knows. I guarantee you, if a Boca City mayor says to the mayor, how much money is going to the city of Boca, they're going to give them the answer. Instead, they're giving us the runaround because they know we'll accept it, because we've accepted it for too long. Back in the 80s when we weren't contributing to the tax dollar the way we are now, it was easy for them to look at Delray and say, we're going to give the money to Boca. And that, those tax dollars have shifted, and we have to make them aware of that. I'm out of time, but
thank you very much, Mr.
Just last thing, I'll email you too, but about the choice schools, that comes to the interlocal agreement. Pine Grove had a chance to go for choice programs when they were going to rebuild the school. We didn't have a local agreement. We had no seat at the table, and there's no choice programs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Katz.
Mr. Mayor, if I may?
Yes, please.
Thank you. And that is, Mr. Katz, I appreciate your commentary, always good to interact. So you referenced my information letter report, I believe it was May 17th update, in which I clarified the use of the Caron Foundation funds. The principal function of that was to support that the legal capacity existed in that regard. However, given the direction offered this evening for the upcoming workshop, you'll have an opportunity to decide from a policy standpoint how to make those opportunities available, because they can in fact be utilized for nonprofit partnerships, any and everything else outside of the educational sector. So that capacity does exist. That's the basis of my written update. But again, given the workshop opportunity as directed earlier, we can be clear in that regard as we move forward.
Thank you, sir.
May I ask a question regarding that? Are you saying going forward, or is the current money that we have we yet to transfer this fiscal year's?
Not as of yet, no. In fact, we actually placed that on hold, and I think I made a written comment to that effect as well.
Thank you.
So on that note, thank you for referencing that, because that's the official position. So despite the fact that awards had been contemplated, we have not made a move in that regard as well. That will continue to be the case. The next step, ladies and gentlemen, is the workshop exercise as having been directed, a focus for tomorrow's executive leadership team meeting. So thank you.
Yeah, I have shared my view that I think that these should go. We have great not-for-profits in this town that could be direct beneficiaries of this, and I think do more than the school board, which I have great admiration for. But I think I'd like our local not-for-profits to kind of deal with those funds, because I'm a big follower of settlement agreements, and there was a settlement agreement, and I think that the intention was that it would go to the not-for-profits in the city of Delray Beach.
The door is likewise now open for direction as outlined.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Great. Yes.
Good evening. My name is Hunter White. I'm here from Virginia to speak compliment to 27 Productions' involvement with Crest Theater. Very much looking forward to working with the 27 Productions team of talented individuals and eager to relocate down here to Delray Beach. I have 10 years experience working for the world's largest independent music management company, Red Light Management. Worked with Grammy Award winning artists on touring and marketing, worked in venues up to 4,000 person capacities, currently manage and operate a historic 800 person capacity venue called the Jefferson Theater in Charlottesville, Virginia, named after Thomas Jefferson. Seen firsthand what is possible when a historic property teams up with an institution like AEG or Live Nation. Respecting the historical integrity of the venue while bringing in diverse programming has a big impact on the community and on the town as well as the venue. In 2023, our first year working with Live Nation, the Jefferson Theater sold upwards of 42,000 tickets across 85 shows, 16 private events, grossing upwards of $2 million between ticket sales and paying out roughly $500,000 with artist fees, with 17 sold-out shows. In 2024 thus far, we've already surpassed that by having 20 plus sold-out shows in the first quarter of the year. The history and beauty of the Crest Theater and surrounding grounds make it prime to host live events with positive impact on the community if done right. When I learned the 27 Productions group of Chris, Blake, and Cindy were planning to take their capabilities and strong relationships in the industry and bring them to their hometown of Delray, I was immediately on board to join the team. Aside from the potential to bring music back to the venue, the space has always stood out to me as the perfect place to host private events such as weddings, college, high school, middle school, elementary school functions, diversity group events, video shoots, conferences of all kinds, etc. Another unique part of the venue are the rooms that can be utilized for music and dance lessons, art schools, and other educating arts. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Irene Revelis. I live at 331 East Atlantic Avenue, and I'm here this evening to touch on a couple of issues. Number one, I want to follow up with what former Commissioner Katz, former Ed Board Chair Katz mentioned about the Karen Grant. I think it's critically important that that entire adventure be looked over and that we go back to our founding policy document that governs what happens in education in this city. And that's our comprehensive plan, the education element. Listed right in the comprehensive plan, in the goals, in the data and inventory section, it highlights Thrive, or Healthier Delray Beach, as an organization that has been a partner since the beginning with the Education Board. They handled behavioral issues, substance abuse, everything else. They've been in the community for 20 years. Whoever this money goes to, if you don't have a uniform program at each location, and you don't have metrics that you can compare apples to apples, this is a giveaway that will make no impact, and it was publicly stated tonight that this is a one-time giveaway. We all know when we're trying to impact things, you can't just do it once. So I strongly urge us to look at that again and consider having a third party. We could do a sole source contract with Healthier Delray Beach because they are the only ones that are in the community that provide this. Then they would be affording the same type of services to the nonprofit partners, the church partners, the community partners, and any schools that want to apply. Finally, I've heard a few times this evening the issue of let's get everybody here. Let's get all the board members from the school district. Let's get all the faculty. Let's get everybody. This has been done before, over and over. April 4th, 2022, we filled the Arts Warehouse where we had an hour meeting with the mayor and the superintendent by phone, and then had everybody, CRA, city commission, mayor, all the school board staff. We're not getting anywhere with that. 23,000 people is what the school district employs. They're the largest employer in Palm Beach County. They've got over $1 trillion budget. If we do not have our policy shop, which is all of you sitting here, demand that the school district give us solutions. They have buildings full of data analysts and experts and instant access to consultants. That is not our job. This education board, this education function, the education coordinator position was not entitled built up to be a handmaiden to the district. It was entitled to fight every inch for Delray Beach. We have to fight for Delray Beach and demand for the school district what we deserve to get. Thank you.
Thank you.
I've never done this. Hi, Nikki Lewis Parker, 134 Via d'Este. I was here at last month's meeting where there was multiple presenters, including the Boca Museum of Art. And with every presenter that we had, multiple of you had questions about the presenter, how they were going to uphold the historic nature and give their commitment to Delray Beach. What demographics for the classes, the median ages for the different organizations, all of that. So how does that align with working with the Boca Museum, where they're willing to not only give up their historic site of the first museum, but also of their school, and give up their namesake, the Boca Museum of Art School. I don't understand how that can align with what is the end goal of the meeting for the Crest Theater and for Old School Square. Along with that is that you got to hear from 3 of the main organization members. You didn't get to hear from the faculty or the student body of the actual school. While I cannot speak for everyone, I can tell you that those that I've interacted with, and that's a quite high number of them, we would give everything that we have, our blood, sweat, tears. We would volunteer our time, the different resources that are at our fingertips, that if it was a matter of just a building site, we would make it better come tomorrow if they allowed us to. But they are not allowing us to be a part of any of the decision making, nor are they allowing our voices as the ones who go to that school and are in that building, allowing that voice to be heard by you guys as well. And so I don't know if you can answer that question about how that aligns with what your main goals are, but I also just wanted you guys to hear from at least one student member that that's not what we want, and we would deliver anything we can to make it happen, that we can stay in our site till whatever foreseeable future. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. I don't know if you can answer that
No, we
question.
can't.
No?
We
Okay.
really can't.
All right, thank you.
Hello, how's it going? My name's Christopher Cope, 21 Tropical Drive, Ocean Ridge, Florida, and I'm a part of 27 Productions. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I'd like to echo what Blake's saying, where we're very happy to continue the process of pursuing management in Crest Theater. Personally, I've grown up in South Florida for over 30 years, and I've attended different art schools, UB Kenzie, and I've graduated from Dreyfus, and sorry about that. Art has been a big part of, my upbringing, and I can definitely see the Crest Theater having the element of arts education, because that was mentioned earlier that that's a priority. I have close relationships with AEG personally that we would love to see take fold in the future here, and as a token of good faith, I've spoken with Missy Barletto as well. I've come into possession of a baby grand piano, and I would like to donate it to the Crest Theater if you guys would like. So, very excited about that, and I believe I need to speak to Hugh Dunkley. So I'll be meeting him shortly, and I would love to give that to the city. So thank you for having me today. All right.
Thank you. I'm not sure what this is comments are for, though. Yes.
Hello, my name is Corey Heyman, 111 Southeast First Ave, Delray Beach, Florida. I am the founder of Coco Market, Delray's monthly wellness event, and I'm just here to quickly express my support for 27 Productions. I've worked with them on a few events and projects, and I feel that they would really enrich our community with diverse cultural, musical, and theatrical offerings. When I heard that they threw their hat in the ring, I got really excited. I just wanted to quickly share my support. I host an event at Old School Square every single month. We've been there since October. We've been in Delray for 2.5 years, and I just think that their involvement would greatly benefit Delray Beach and the community. I would be thrilled to partner with them with Coco Market and other things. So that's all. Just wanted to quickly say that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, good evening. My name is Taylor Nixon. I live at 5727 Old Ocean Boulevard in Ocean Ridge. I just wanted to introduce myself to the commission. I'm a part of 27 Productions as well, so I'm going to keep it short and sweet for you guys. My experience in the past is I have nearly 2 decades of working in the performance arts, working at different music schools. I have some of my students now dancing in the Super Bowl on Broadway. Definitely lots and lots of experience in that department. I'm excited to discuss different options for the Crest Theater. I am partnering with them, and I know that there have been a few different groups open to using up those dance studios, using that performance art stuff, even using the stage, to do some local. I've done anything from like being at Clara in the Nutcracker to choreographing the Nutcracker, all draw stuff for my hometown. So doing things like that, and I think we are all very open to, keeping that schools open, keeping those classrooms open, and working with some people who
want to see that happen as well. So thank you guys.
Thank you.
Good evening, all. I'm Jim Chard at 401 Southeast 4th Avenue, and I want to compliment you all on your service and the time you put on this. Mr. Mayor, I'm very pleased that you have put at the top of your agenda education. I think it's the biggest problem facing Delray, and the most important one. And Vice Mayor, I compliment you for digging into the numbers, because that's really where we can see what the problems are. And Irene was very articulate. Mitch was very articulate. This is our job. This isn't the county. It's not Erica Whitfield's job. And I have sat in lots and lots of these meetings where we talk about we're going to have a workshop, we're going to bring all the neighbors together and so forth. But things are getting worse, not better. And the one thing that I have not heard anybody say are, what are our goals? What are we trying to do? I saw something up there that said goals. It was another meeting and another meeting and another meeting. And both of the ladies presented beautifully. I'm not criticizing them. But if, for example, the most important thing is third grade reading level, what's our goal? Our goal right now of third grade, our accomplishment rather, is 40%. Now, back when I went to school a few years ago, 70% was failing. We have 40%. Okay, so we get beyond that and we say, well, what do we want? What do we as a city, when we go to the district, say we want? Not how to get there, what we want. I think we want 90%. We want excellence. And you can look at these various metrics from pre-K all the way up into graduation or failure to graduate, and I have not seen the city have any goals. I think those goals should be excellence. I think they should be well above an F, and they should be in the A+ category because we are Delray. Thank you.
I think, Mr. Chard, you would heard all of us saying we're just not worried about third grade. We're worried about when they get into fifth and sixth and seventh grade. So our goal is to actually bring everybody up at all of those levels. So give us a chance to have our meeting and see what we can come back with.
Thank you.
All right, Mayor, Commissioners, good evening. My name is Chris Montague, 222 West Ocean Avenue, Boynton Beach, Florida. I'm also here to speak in support of 27 Productions and their efforts to put on music events and education at Old School Square and the Crest Theater. They have an amazing team that has the know-how, the capital, and more importantly, the passion to run that type of venue. They've established partnerships with some of the largest players in the music industry, including Red Light Management and AEG Live. This is a special opportunity for you to bring in a type of programming that would draw people to your town and also keep the people here really engaged with amazing concerts. A little about myself, my wife and I ran SoFlo Music School here in Delray Beach from 2013 until we had to shut down in COVID. I would love to see and be a part of music education in the Crest Theater and the Old School Square building there. And if you move forward with them, I'm happy and in talks with them to help do that. It's an amazing opportunity for a pipeline from music education to where you start learning an instrument, then you end up on stage playing, and then maybe end up working in a venue or something like that. So I really encourage you to consider them greatly when you make your pick. Thank you.
Hi, good evening, everyone. It's great to hear everybody, and I appreciate the comments and the actual presentation on education. Laura Simon with the Downtown Development Authority. It is definitely a priority for our future, and I really, really appreciate your efforts and your action and our community's action. It has been a priority over the 100 years we've been here or more, and I think we need to continue that, and I really applaud the efforts that you all are taking. As a graduate of our school system here in Delray Beach, it is definitely a community effort. I think I said this last meeting. It is truly all of our parts, whether we have children in the school system or not. It's a community effort, and it's not just your job or the city's job, it's our job too. And we should all take some responsibility there. I do want to support tonight. I appreciate all the comments. It's great to see the people coming out for 27 productions and hear ideas and generation. It's great to see as we're operating now the Old School Square campus. But I do want to support tonight. We've got you all have on your agenda 7B, which is the Howard Allen. It's the Festival of the Arts. It's a fine art show that has been part of the Delray Beach community and the downtown as a economic development driver for our community for the past 36 years. It started in Atlantic Plaza and now has grown and is now spurring into West Atlantic to help drive economic development into our entire downtown. So we saw a great transition last year as we moved from Beachside to West Atlantic. It was very successful for that community, and I just applaud the efforts of the entire city to embrace that. Our city's parks and recreation team with the event planning, our city services, our downtown, and just to see the results of 30% to 40%, almost 50% increase in business on that side with a rainy weekend. So we hope that this year in January we can see if you all do approve that, we hope you do, to bring that community a great resource for us and the downtown. So thank you.
Thank you very much. So 7AA will still be able to comment.
That's correct. So after the 7AA presentation, then comments
That's
will be
fine.
appropriate.
So I want to make sure that I've
And of course, you have the consent agenda for approval. For
Yes, I know.
as modified.
We're getting there.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Motion to pursue, motion to approve consent agenda as amended.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No, great. It's approved. Okay. We are now into 7AA, which is former 4B, which would be Ms. Miskell, representing.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission. My name is Bonnie Miskell, and I'm here on behalf of Atlantic Crossing, and thank you for allowing us to present today. We do have a PowerPoint so that others can see, if you could. Okay. Oh, thank you. All right. That's very good. Thank you. I hope you can see it as well, the commission. You can. Okay, excellent. Thank you. So we'll get right into this, and I'm sure there'll be some people.
You have 10 minutes. I'm just
okay. I don't think it will take that long, Mr. Mayor. So I think that Atlantic Crossing is very excited. Their phase 1 is completed, and they are occupying spaces in there, and it's going very well. And I'm sure we're all very excited that at least that phase is completed. There were a few things I think that they learned along the course. It's always difficult and challenging to develop within the core of the city and the CBD. It's an urban area with lots of pedestrian activity, lots of car activity, and neighbors. And so I think as early as last year, towards the end of the year, slightly different commissioner, I think my client engaged in some dialogue with city staff regarding how we might be able to better the construction of phase 2 as far as timing is concerned. And in fact, dialogue began as to the possible staging and use of the parking spaces within Veterans Park in an effort to reduce the amount of time construction would take by 2 years, which is significant. My client also engaged in conversations with the Palm Trails HOA board to get their reaction, to see how they feel about it, whether this is something that they would also be interested in pursuing. When we started this, or when the client started this last year, they were given a master plan, and I don't know how old it is, but it was floating around the city for a very long time, related to Veterans Park. I have that. You see our sequence 1 and sequence 2. I have that on the screen right now, which is different than what we're proposing to do, slightly different, but we've been told that that is a plan that at some point was discussed and accepted by a commission sometime in the past, and we're using that as a starting point. And in fact, after your visioning session, I think you gave some direction to your city manager and your staff to further the dialogue with some direction. And I went back and listened to the tape, and there were 2 very big points that were made that during that discussion. One was to make sure that there's no reduction in open space, and the other was to attempt to relocate the lawn bowling section of the park. So I'm going to move into the next, and here are some pictures. I think you all are very familiar with what the park looks like, but this perspective, for the most part, it has a few pictures. Upper left-hand corner is on Atlantic at the base of the bridge. That is where the dumpsters have been for a very long time. They're sitting at the southern terminus of the existing parking, which, by the way, has no outlet onto Atlantic. So it is currently a dead-end condition. So that's the upper left-hand corner. The lower left-hand corner is what the external, what this space looks like today, in particular the lawn bowling space. And then the lower right-hand corner is another perspective from inside the fence, and you can see that broken down and rather antiquated and vintage-looking roller was what apparently might have been used a long time ago to actually roll the clay on the court, and a good portion of the court has no clay. The other portion has been used. I met with some of the park staff inside the building, and they do have some days where it is in use, but the shuffleboard, which is on the west end, is not used at all, according to what we were told. So that's what it looks like today. So the proposal that we have before you and that we discussed with your staff is what you're looking at on the screen. It would be to relocate the existing dead-end parking that is running along the west side of the park to the north end. And this is actually the proposal that was given to the HOA board for their consideration. What that does is it actually relocates parking so that you have the same parking capacity that you had before, but on the street and the north side of the site. It also extends pedestrian connections so that you can park and have access to the intercoastal instead of having to go through the park. And the community center stays exactly as it is, where it is, but it has more accessible and more available parking immediately to the north of that. The pedestrian areas are expanded as far as pedestrian walkways, and the green space actually is slightly increased using this scenario. So we hope we've accomplished the first point that was made at the visioning session, which was to not allow a loss of open space. This does not. Also, and I'm going to get to that in a minute, we're going to talk about the relocation of the lawn bowling. So this will give you an idea of what the construction would be. Sequence 2, phase 2 would be entirely fenced. And on the right-hand corner, that green area, which includes existing parking today, would become staging, truck usage, truck maneuvering, lay-down storage area, and an access way for the construction vehicles so that they don't have to, or they can avoid shutting down Northeast First, 7th, Federal, and Atlantic. But just to look at the right side in the green area, that has no outlet today, and you can see where the dumpsters are. They're fronting and right next to Atlantic Avenue, which is not exactly the best view of Veterans Park, frankly. So this particular use would not occur until the parking spaces have been relocated, constructed, and restored on the north end. It would not be closed off until that time. So the actual phasing of what we're proposing to do is to build the parking on the north side, then actually fence and enclose those parking spaces that run north and south of the site. So what are the benefits, pros and cons? Most importantly, and probably one of the most significant parts of this as far as Palm Trail was concerned, or the board was concerned, is that it does expedite the construction portion of this overall phase 2 completion by 2 years, which would reduce disruption to the neighborhood, and it gets the benefits of the added tax base on the tax rolls much quicker. I know that's probably not as important to you. The most important part to the neighbors was to try to mitigate any particular negative impacts from construction. This does it by a significant amount of time, at least a third of the construction time. It also allows for construction of the north parking garage, providing additional parking earlier so that, again, there will be parking readily available, usable sooner. And then, as I just discussed before, it minimizes the intermittent closure of the area streets, including Atlantic, Federal, 7th, and Northeast 1st, which in many instances often shutting down, which happened with the first phase, half of that street, which was not convenient, obviously, to our most impacted neighbors, Palm Trail. So what is my client agreeing to do? They're agreeing to make a $1 million private investment in the park by creating and building those parking spaces. I'm sure you've all been on the site. The streets are torn up. The parking is not in good condition. And again, the existing parking dead ends. They'll have a brand new parking lot with brand new islands, brand new landscaping, and a lot more accessible to the features of the park that are most utilized. Just as I mentioned, the parking located adjacent to the remaining automobile access point to the actual community center. It will actually be more convenient where we're proposing sidewalk access to and from the parking lot, more direct and more pedestrian walkways to encourage access to the park. I talked about access on the north side. The turnaround and drop-off area for the building will continue to exist and actually be a little bit more convenient because you don't have cars going through it to get to the parking spaces. And then we're relocating the dumpster from where it is most visible from Atlantic to where it would least be visible, which is probably a big plus for pedestrians walking to and from across the bridge. And then, as mentioned before, improved sidewalks, improved pathways, and no loss of green space. So this is, and I'll end on this particular slide. We also heard that it would be a bonus to relocate the lawn bowling, which I'm told by the park employee that I spoke to is really the only, that and of course the playground area and just using the park for walking dogs and throwing frisbees and access to the Intracoastal. There is lawn bowling at this site, although it may not be as frequent as it could be if the facility was in better condition. We would be proposing to relocate it closer to where the other recreation uses are, which is there's a tot lot out there, and it's shown in yellow on the screen. So this does include relocation of the bowling, it includes relocation of the parking spaces, and it includes additional and better green space and sidewalks to service this park, including relocation of the dumpster and making that a more improved area. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have. I know you have emails from the HOA board president. They've been submitted to you on 3 different occasions. We've had multiple meetings with them and a very recent conversation. I don't think Jack was able to be here today. We were hoping he would be. Oh, you are? Oh, there. Oh, you are. Okay, I'm sorry. Anyway, thank you very much for your time and attention.
Thank you very much, Ms. Miskell. Do we just open up? Do we can ask questions now? Or do we want comment first and then we ask questions? I'm asking city attorney for the procedure.
I would take the comments first and then have your discussion.
Fine.
Thank you.
We will hear from the public.
I haven't been sworn in because I don't think you.
No, we're not. You don't need to. This is not quasi-judicial, so
okay.
You do not need to be sworn.
My name is Mark Ronald. I live on 722.
3 minutes. Sorry.
Okay.
Please continue.
Can I start again?
Yeah, you start again. There you go. Go ahead.
My name is Mark Ronald. I live at 722 Northeast 2nd Street, Delray. I'm also representing the board of Palm Trail, which has now been mentioned 4 times in this briefing. Let me clarify. We saw and see certain advantages to this, but we have recently decided we're taking a neutral position. We're not advocating, we're not fighting this. It's up for you folks to make that decision. If there's any questions for me, I'd be happy to attempt to answer them.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ronald.
Okay, good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Sandy Zeller, 209 Northwest 12th Street, Delray Beach. I got involved with the Edwards application, the Atlantic Crossing application in 2012 when I was the Vice President of the Marina Historic District, HOA. I'm opposed to this project. And I want to provide you with the chronology of the history of this application. All of this is directly from city documents. You can fact check me if you would like. In 2008, Edwards submitted plans for a mixed-use project containing residential, retail, office, and restaurant uses. The plans required the city allow Edwards to realign Northeast 7th Avenue and to abandon public alleys and to convey them to Edwards. In early 2009, the city commissioners granted approval to Edwards to abandon the alleys, realign Northeast 7th Avenue, and approved their mixed-use project. March 11, 2012, city commissioners granted a replat of the alleys and a realignment of Northeast 7th. In December 2012, Edwards submitted a revised proposal and a conditional use application to substantially redesign the 2009 approvals. Now, they then requested that you eliminate Northeast 7th Avenue as a public dedicated road and convey it to Edwards for a private road for entry and exit onto their private underground parking garage. They wanted the alleys dedicated to them. They wanted building height increase from 48 feet to 60 feet. And they wanted residential density increased from 30 units per acre to 43 units per acre. There was extensive opposition by residents to this amended plan because of the excessive size, but the City Commission approved it by a vote of 3-2. Commissioner Carney at that time voted no because he said the project was, quote, too much project for this site. Notably, none of these approvals requested permission to use Veterans Park land to mobilize the equipment or to eliminate or reduce Veteran Park parking lot or eliminate the lawn bowling and shuffleboard facilities. In December 12, 2013, SPRAB approved the amended plan. On January 21st, 2014, City Commission approved the SPRAB decision. Later in 2014, a dispute arose between the city and Edwards, or actually Edwards and the city, over numerous issues, and as a result, Edwards sued the city in both the federal court for money damages and in the state court. On July 26, 2016, the federal court dismissed Edwards' lawsuit, and Edwards appealed to the 11th Circuit. The state court litigation continued.
You finish that. You can finish that thought. Go ahead and finish.
Am I done?
Well, you are, but you can finish your thought. You're in mid-sentence.
Okay.
I'll let you.
I can relate.
How many of you are giving Mr.
I'll yield to
Zeller?
Ms. Benson to finish my chronology, if that's okay.
Okay, we have 6 people. Yes, Mr. Zeller, you have an additional 3 minutes.
Okay. All right, great. Thank you.
But that just means you all can't speak. You understand that?
Okay.
You've given them your time.
I appreciate that. On March 3rd, 2017, the city and Edwards entered into a comprehensive settlement agreement that settled the lawsuits and which resolved all of the issues. Edwards got its height and density increases, has got to keep the alleys and keep the 7th Avenue as a private road. I have for you a copy of the signed settlement agreement dated March 3rd, 2017 that I'd like to introduce into the record. On page 2 of that settlement agreement, it states, whereas the city and Edwards desire to resolve the lawsuit in a federal appeal by entering into the settlement agreement to resolve all issues that were raised or could have been raised in this lawsuit between the parties. There is nothing in that settlement agreement relating to Edwards' use of Veterans Park to mobilize its equipment to allow the use of Veteran Park parking lot or to permanently eliminate or relocate the parking lot or the lawn bowling shuffleboard facilities, as Edwards now proposes. The settlement agreement governs Edwards and the city's rights. It does not allow Edwards to come back to the city 7 years later and say, oh, here's some more things that we want the city to give us. This proposal was categorized by Edwards and Atlantic Crossing as a public-private partnership. This is not a public-private partnership. They're asking the city to give away valuable parkland for private development use. As well, I reviewed the deeds to the Veterans Park property that was conveyed to the city in the 1920s and 1930s when the veterans' land was gifted to the city specifically for use as parkland and recreation. that does not allow Edwards' use or change of use. In fact, the deeds contain clauses whereby the land could revert back to the families and trusts if it's not continually used for park and recreation. The Veterans Park and the lawn bowling facilities qualify as historic. The park is about 100 years old. The lawn bowling is over 60 years old. You cannot permit public park land and recreation to be eliminated by a developer for its private purposes. It says that its goal is to shorten the length of their construction time. Well, their construction time is their construction time. It's not the city's issue. Finally, my final point is that Edwards doesn't own this land. It doesn't have any standing, frankly, to even make this request and make this presentation because it's not an owner. And it would have to make an application to the city boards, planning or zoning and SPRAB or whatever else. It can't do that because it doesn't own the land.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zeller.
Good evening. Price Patton, 1020 Tamron Road. For a second, I'd just like to wear my Preservation Trust hat. As president of the Preservation Trust, we wrote a resolution and reconfirmed it the other day, strongly objecting to the use of yours and mine and everyone in this room's park space to allow a developer to speed up his construction time. I'm not sure that it costs $1 million to build 63 parking spaces, but I can guarantee you that cutting construction time on a massive project like this is going to save the developer many millions of dollars. It's a no-brainer. But anyway, so now I'll put my personal hat on and say, this is our park. We preservationists are not interested in letting things get old and decrepit. We're twofold. We're into preservation and we're into restoration. We will work with the city to restore these courts. We'll work with the city to restore the shuffleboard courts, but we don't think that the use of one of our oldest and most historic parks should be used in a way to benefit a developer making his building faster. And then just a couple points. It's often said that there's no reduction in green space. Well, yeah, there's no reduction in green space, but there's a reduction in recreation space. And the LDRs and the historic element of our comp plan are very strong about preserving our recreation space. The dead-end parking, there used to be an interest into that parking lot, but the Edwards Group, in their effort, in their desire to build as much as they can in phase 2, they cut that off, so there's no exit. And finally, if you look at their construction plans, when they show that the trucks all coming out from what used to be the old parking lot, that's right at the base of the bridge. They say they're going to have a flagman there to direct traffic. I wouldn't want to be that flagman because I think that's going to be the most dangerous job in town with cars flying over the bridge. And then the other thing, just finally, just a technical point, they showed the relocation of the lawn bowling courts. That wasn't in your background. That wasn't in your presentation. I've been on several boards, and we're advised not to design from the dais. That's a little bit of designing from the dais. So anyway, the preservationists in town will work with the city, and we'll try and get grants, and we'll try and help you guys restore that pristine old park. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else?
Mr. Mayor and City Council, Roger Cope. I'm a local architect, historic preservation planner. I live near the park at 119 McFarland Drive. I have a business here in Delray Beach, but most importantly, I have a 17-year-old daughter who I raised and recreated with at Veterans Park, and this park is near and dear to me. I am absolutely opposed to any misuse of the existing courts in any way, shape, or form. They should not be compromised in any way. They should be left alone. And before I get much further, may I respectfully introduce to you the four ladies and gentlemen in the back row in the white shirts. They represent the Delray Beach Lawn Bowling Association, established, are you ready for this, in 1962, 62 years ago this year. So don't take their playground away, please. There have been many, 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 many people that have recreated on those courts. Is there perhaps we need to take care of them in a much more reasonable manner. They have not been taken care of over the years. And so when you see photographs of them today, they do look decrepit. They are underutilized. They need help. But don't take them away. Don't relocate them to the south side of the building. And for God's sake, don't relocate them to another park in the city. Leave them right where they are. Make them multi-use. Let the developer and Edwards park in some other fashion. Let's also, as Price said, let's take better ownership of the overall park and make it a better park. After all, there's a veterans component to it. We used to hold our memorial services there on Veterans Day. There's a gazebo there that everybody in the city can use. It's along the waterway. This is the Central Park of Delray. As Central Park is to New York, as Veterans Park is to Delray Beach. Please don't start chopping it up and compromising it. It belongs to the city, and let's leave it alone, please.
Thank you for reminding me I'm older than the lawn bowling club.
The only way that could have been better is if I were 62 years old myself, but I'm 65, so I missed out.
I'm older than you, too. Are there any other?
I thought I was following.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, I'll be quick. Claudia Willis, 42 Palm Square, 200 feet or less from the building site. I wanted to echo mostly what everyone else has said about preserving the park. I've had the opportunity lately to look at a lot of zoning maps because it seems the people's places, community facilities, our parks are under siege by developers. So I don't know why they think it's not important that the people have the people's places and that they even suggest taking the people's places. But it's not in the goals for the city open space goals. I think we don't have enough community facilities and public spaces in that area already. So please don't diminish them.
Thank you very much.
George Long, 46 North Swinton. I more or less want to echo what everybody else said. Sometimes things look practical and they make sense, like the mobilization and logistics of the moving along the construction. But there are also things that are not practical, but even more important, and that's like keeping the village in Delray. And part of keeping the village in Delray is keeping stuff that's been classified as antiquated and vintaged. Once in a while, I go up to Mount Dore area about once a month and go down their equivalent to Atlantic Avenue, which is Donnelly Street. This is what you might call the village on the lake. And the lawn bowling there is just fascinating. Nobody would dream of moving that or messing with it. As you go down Donnelly and you look down over a fence, you can view that. What a sight. It's something that has a lot of historic character about it. And anything we can do to maintain that character, we should. And that's about what I have to say about it.
Thank you very much. Carolyn, were you one of the six that gave it to Mr. Zeller? Did you raise your hand there when Mr. Zeller was? No, you didn't. Okay, just checking. All right, that's just trying to be fair. Just trying to be fair.
Carolyn Patton, 1020 Tamarind Road. I'd just like to speak about how important the park has been to me and to a lot of other people. Going back to third grade, when Trinity Lutheran used to be on South Federal, every Friday at noon, the whole school walked over to Veterans Park, and we all ran around and played kickball and baseball and all like that. Then we go forward to my being married, having a son who liked to run around, and we'd go down. I went down there with him a lot. In fact, his play group met there at Veterans Park. So I beg you not to diminish the public use of that park. It's very important to a lot of people in Delray Beach.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone,
If we could just respond to clarify some points.
well, it's not really, this is not really quasi-judicial, and there's not really rebuttal.
Well, I'm not really rebutting, but I think there's some misunderstanding on some points, and it might help you in your deliberation.
I'm believing that, City Attorney?
So this was a presentation. I mean, it's really your call, but, you know, we really can't have the back and forth, I don't think. I think if the commission has questions about something that they heard, they're certainly free to ask Ms. Miskell. But really, this was really a presentation that typically we don't even have public comment for.
Sense of the board?
Why don't we ask questions? Maybe she answers them in the question process. Would that be
That's
okay?
fine, of course.
Okay, great.
Sure.
Fine.
I'll start if you like.
Commissioner Casal.
If we go back to the slide where you showed the section of that's current parking right now, if we can go back to that slide with the green strip.
Do you want me to? Okay.
Do you mind? I
No, of
apologize.
course. Let me
Thank
get
you.
it for you. Right there.
Right. So you said you're leaving this open during this construction phase for, how long do you anticipate that is?
So the green area is not going to be completely fenced and closed off until the parking on the north side is completed, so that there would be parking for the park. When the parking for the park is completed, that will be fenced off, and that will become a staging area during the construction period. And as mentioned, there will be a flagman at the southern terminus of that green area for purposes of truck traffic and truck flow.
Okay,
And
that's
that is-
exactly what I
okay,
wanted to
that's
ask.
what I
Are
thought
we
you-
going to allow trucks on Atlantic Avenue during this period of time where they'll be doing this construction? Because that's what I thought you said. And we don't typically allow trucks on Atlantic. We're ticketing them.
So there was closures with the phase one, and there were trucks that were coming in and out of the lane where there were closures. It is not uncommon. Really, this is a case where we are either going to be requesting to close lanes, or we can try to internalize it so that we don't have to close lanes on the rights of way that are around. Every construction job going on in downtown Delray closes lanes, unfortunately. So that's the trade-off.
So you're
Where
saying
do
you
you close?
Close that lane from the flagman would pull people out. There's two lanes. Or does that branch? It doesn't branch into three till you get down a little past that, correct?
So the flagman will only allow trucks to enter and exit off that site when there is no traffic coming down that ramp. So, for example, because it is Atlantic and it is a bridge, when the bridge is up, there's obviously more opportunity to do that. They're also not going to be doing this during the peak hours of Atlantic, which is typically evening hours, and you won't see construction. You'll see construction on parts of Saturday, not on Sunday at all. So it's really more off-peak hours, and they will not allow any trucks to enter or exit. And there will be no entrance, by the way, at the Atlantic point. It will only be egress. So things will queue on the park side until there is a break in traffic on Atlantic. It's exit only. And right exit only.
Interesting.
Vice
Thank you.
Mayor. So none of this has been approved. The MOT would come before you because it does require road closures for a certain period of time. So you would still have to approve that regardless of what's said right now.
That's kind of what I thought. Thank you. Thank you.
Commissioner Law?
I don't have any questions yet, but I'm happy to start the conversation here, or add to the conversation, rather. I'm not quite sure how the conversation got here, but to me, this doesn't feel like an offer that's being, or a request that's being made from us. It feels like an offer that's being made by a developer to make a $1 million investment in our park and substantially mitigate the impact of an already approved project to the surrounding residents. and to the whole city, frankly. I mean, this would be, what, a 6-year project otherwise if we don't reduce it by these 2 years based on this design?
That is correct.
Okay, so that's a substantial difference. And as we know from the construction of the first phase of this, it really does impact residents in a substantial way. So I frankly think that we really need to look at that impact to residents of 2 years where we don't necessarily have to worry about this. So I just want to go over a few of the things that were brought up. No reduction in open space, actually slightly increases the green space. Okay, so the relocation of the lawn bowling, that seems to be the big issue here, right? And I certainly understand that the sentimentality behind wanting to keep it in its historic location. I get that, but that court's in rough shape, let's be honest. Like only half of it's usable based on what I've seen. I mean, maybe that's on the city, right? We haven't kept it updated, but if they're offering to relocate it to a better spot next to the other recreation and build a brand new court that's completely usable, that's updated, I frankly don't see a problem with that. I don't see it as we're taking your playground. We're just moving it and updating it. I'm sorry, I don't see the issue there. If we have the same parking capacity, right? You mentioned the extended pedestrian connections. I mean, historically, this has had the support of Palm Trails, even though they're taking a neutral position now, but the community has been on board with this in the past when it's come up. And the fact that, again, I already referenced the 2-year expedited construction. You said it provides additional parking earlier in the process?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And, I mean, frankly, for me, I have to look at the fact that this would minimize impact to the community by going this route to most of the community. And I frankly think it's a better layout long term. And it's a $1 million investment. So if we say no, what happens? If we say no because we're unwilling to relocate, a lawn bowling court, if we say no because of that, we lose out on the $1 million investment. We have to deal with 6 years of construction instead of 4. To me, that doesn't make sense. I'm sorry. That's where my head's at. But I'll let my colleagues go.
May I ask a question? And forgive me for this question, but we've had a lot of delays in this project, as you know, some because of unforeseen reasons and what have you, but you're sort of close to the end and shouldn't encounter situations like that. Are they willing to put money down, daily penalties, if they don't meet that time frame of 2 years before we anticipated?
I'm not authorized to say yes or no to that. My client unfortunately threw his back out and he can't get on an airplane. But this is just a proposal to you. We have to go back to your staff and work out all the details. If you want to give them direction or parameters, we'll be happy to work with them on it.
What I'm trying to say, if I may, and this is no offense to you, but if that 2 years is a conversation happening now, and it sounds like a great incentive, but there's no guarantee of that, and that's the problem. So having that be something that you're basing a determination on, you can't really do. There's no penalty if they don't come in 2 years earlier than anticipated.
But I think what Ms. Miskell's saying is that she's really just trying to get a sense of where we're going in this, and if we're going to pursue it this direction, or we're going to change, we could go to a different direction. And if we go in the different direction, I mean, if we go, they'll have time to negotiate that point and make it as a condition. I don't think, right now we're just trying to I think what we're trying to do is just give direction of whether we think that this drawing works for us or doesn't it.
And by the way, I've worked with your city attorney, and she can be very tough. And this is not a quasi-judicial thing. You can suggest any parameters you want, and your staff will follow that direction, and my client will work with them, and we will either agree or not agree at the end, and you may not see this again. Or you may see some form of an agreement whereby this is all memorialized. But we're just, I think we collectively, because
just trying to figure out where you're going.
We're trying to figure out where you want us to go.
Gotcha.
And can I just say one thing really quick, because it was kind of brought up in the comments. The reason why we're here is because Atlantic Crossing was going to submit an application. And because Veterans Park is included in that, based on the direction from the last commission, they needed owner's consent. And so that's why we're here, because Mr. Moore was not in a position to be able to give owner's consent. based on the current commission, and so that's why we asked them to come here. So they haven't done anything nefarious. They haven't submitted any applications. They haven't put their name on
Not implied.
But I just want to be clear. So they haven't done that. They need the owner's consent because the application necessarily includes Veterans Park as part of the redevelopment.
Right. Mr. Marker.
Yeah. Just a couple quick questions. Clearly, the lawn bowling courts are a central issue. Just listening to the residents here and getting lots of calls this week from other residents. Was there any thought given to keeping the courts where they are so that we can maintain the history and perhaps fixing them up? Is it absolutely 100% they can't be there?
So in order to give you the same parking capacity that you have today or more, as the case may be, there's a little bit more, that's the configuration that we have to do. Now, could we extend the circle where you see the bulb further down a little bit? Yes, and you get a few more spaces. We can consider other options that will try to give you enough space, but you know, I don't think physically it can be done, but we certainly can explore it if that's the direction you'd like to give us. You know, we're trying to work with you to come up with something that is mutually beneficial. So.
Yeah. The other question I'd ask, and maybe Anthea can answer this, I certainly can't. In a meeting I was in yesterday, somebody suggested that if we had to move the courts, could we move enough of the structure that we could maintain the historic label? I don't know the answer to that, but I'd love to know that.
So you mean the building structure there?
Whatever would be required for us to keep the historic designation.
Well, the problem with that, and Anthea will correct me, but I believe only the structure, the community center, is designated, not the rest of the park.
That's correct.
Oh, okay.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
So these are
probably not.
Right.
Yeah.
I think Anthea wants to be heard.
So currently nothing is designated.
Okay.
So that's part of the Atlantic Avenue Resource Survey. And the building was identified as, I think, a potential contributing structure, and this is not proposing to move the building. The courts and the history of the shuffleboard was identified, and you know, I'd have to read it and kind of have put that aside at this point, but typically it's the relationship of the position of the open space to the building in the park that is part of what's being assessed. And I believe they were assessed as contributors because the last couple of times we've talked about this, I've been like, but it's also identified as a contributor, you know. So that said, there's a couple of things I don't think were clear based on some of the comments. There is no proposal to permanently transfer this land to Atlantic Crossing. It's not like 7th or the alley abandonment. The proposal before you is whether or not it's a good idea to let them use the surface parking, right, in exchange for building a new surface parking lot in that position of where those recreational courts are. Yep. Which is consistent with the parks plan that predated both Mr. Mitat and me. So, and then build back at the end of construction this configuration of a park. The details of whether there's lawn bowling in it or the playground moves or what happens to the gazebo are all part of what would have to be worked out in the ultimate design if this is the direction this commission wants to go. But there is no proposal that takes any of the city's property and makes it Atlantic Crossing's permanent property. I mean, just, I don't know anything else.
I just, good evening again, Sam Mitat. Just wanted to touch on the question you had. Lawn bowling, the court surface itself is, and it's a crude example, but it's essentially a wooden sandbox packed with clay, right? So moving that in its entirety just to another location isn't really, and in fact, if we were to bring them up to more modern, you would want to redo that wood anyway in new clay. So moving it, I just, to that specific is why I came up to address that question.
Thank you. That helps.
Thank you. Commissioner Burns, any comments, questions?
Just to
Anthea, you said that nothing is designated as historic yet.
Correct.
Correct. Okay.
But in the historic survey, you were saying they were designated as contributing, not whether or not they're historic, but they would be contributing if it were so designated.
It would be contributing to the district.
Correct.
Which is different than when like a building like the Colony stands on its own. So.
Okay. And then I wanted to, so the construction of the parking lot, is that going to reduce the recreational area?
If I may speak, it's going to relocate the recreational area, and it's going to expand the green space, which is also a recreational area, so that it's a wash, or there's a slight increase, but it's essentially a wash. So you're relocating, or the proposal is to relocate the lawn bowling and to expand the green space is really what we're trying to do by relocating the parking to the north.
And just one last question. So
I do think, to be fair though, given some of the concerns about how long will this take, while the new parking is there where lawn bowling and shuffleboard, right, are, the existing parking is taken offline, and that is going to be for years. So it will be a constrained Veterans Park in the meantime. And just to be clear, it's not the permanent. It will eventually, which is part of why how long is eventually, and is it worth it to the city to do this, I believe there's like some small increase in green space, and there was an equal amount of parking, which depended on whether or not there was a drop off or not to the building, which we had discussed whether if we were changing it, would that be better for the older residents or people having parties or events at the building to have a drop off. But the parking was a wash. The green space slightly increases, but you have that during construction period where it will be less park.
Mm-hmm. May I ask one more question? Oh, are you done?
Yeah, just one last question, just to verify that. You said that the city would not be relinquishing any land to Atlantic Crossing?
Not permanently, like not in a permanent
but during
situation. It's a
construction.
temporary use of
Okay.
city land for construction and staging.
You have one more question?
I do, thanks. You all have some area, if you look, if you're standing in
I'll
the
go
parking lot.
back. Do you want me to go back to
Do
the
you
overall?
mind?
No, of course
It's,
not.
it's hard.
Does that help?
I think it's actually currently across the street a little and up. There's a whole fenced-in area with gray fencing that you're utilizing currently, correct?
Unfortunately, thank you.
It's pretty substantial. Like, I guess.
So there's a large lot on the north side of
Right.
First, right? And
Yeah.
you can see in the final version of the approved plan,
That
the
will be the
permanent
turnaround.
closure of 7th would require to have a turnaround for fire and everyone else. It requires use of some of this property. This property is currently used for construction, parking, and staging.
Right.
So if they're not using this land over here, chances are this land is going to stay in play as construction, parking, and staging
And
until the end
that's-
of the build and the end of the construction.
Right, and that's kind of what I'm hoping you will do. I appreciate the situation and the things that you're offering, but we three of us campaigned on preserving the value and nature of those courts, and I want to honor that promise. While I appreciate everything you're offering, I'm unfortunately saying no tonight.
Anybody else? I have some comments. Not sure I have any questions, but I'll stand by.
I'll stand by.
I acknowledge, I'm going to just take one exception of something you said, you said it had been accepted. That's not quite the way it worked. I mean, they said go forward and draft something up. There was no quite acceptance of anything, which is relevant but a difference. And I'm also not so sure that by creating a parking thing up there violates the deed, because it's still, the parking is there to support the park, and I think that would all be considered to be part of the amenity of the park as an accessory to the park. So I'm not positive that I understand the point, but I'm just not sure that's fine. I do think that you're kidding yourself to say the relocation doesn't eliminate recreational space. First of all, where you drop the thing is where where Mr. Cope's kids, my kids, and half the people here children played in that particular park. So I'm not sure where you're talking about moving the children's park, which has to be large in and of itself because kids run around. They don't want confined spaces, and that is a fairly large area where they play to begin with. So while the walkway would be better and the swale to the building, the condominium would be nice and there, it certainly would be reducing the actual recreational portion of how the park is being used. And I do think that again, I'm not trying to design this from the dais. I'm not an engineer. I'm not an architect. But it just looks like where you dropped it is right where the kids' park is at the moment. And I'm not sure where you would put them. We talked about you mentioned accessibility a few times. Back in 2012, when Mr. Zeller, yes, I did vote no. Back in 2012, one of the issues that I raised at the time was accessibility, because this whole park was designed so that different portions of the park could be accessible by the parking. That you could come to the beginning of it, you could go to the senior portion, or you could go to the kiddie park. You go further down, then you had the gazebo, then you went further down, you had the other portion of the park. So the actual whole parking framework on that original park, you can go back and read what I did. I read this back in 2012. I searched for it today, I couldn't find it. It's probably on my desk somewhere, and it's been there for 10 years. But so that was the whole portion of the thing. They talked about the accessibility for the entire park as it was used. Back when the settlement took place in 2017, and there was ample time to discuss a lot of stuff, because at the time we were doing this in 2012 and 2013, there was a lot of discussions on they're not going to be touching Veterans Park. They're not going to be touching Veterans Park. And what we're talking about is we've crept along here, and now we are going to be touching the Veterans Park, which I just think is different from the entire original approvals that I did not support at the time for the same reason. And the fact that we're now talking about taking away some of the lawn bowling, and I'm not a lawn bowler, but I do like the integrity of the whole park as constructed, and I do think we should try to keep the whole park as constructed. So I don't quite buy the wash. In fact, obviously I can't take into account the parking because it only looks like there's 2 handicaps there. I know ultimately designed you'll have more than 2 handicaps in that northern lot. But I'm just not seeing why we should, after it was hard fought to get to the 2017 settlement, why we should be compromising again another settlement that the city reaches with respective parties where everybody signs off, everybody agrees. So I campaigned on it for different reasons than the other, and that's because I was part of the original deal. I was part of the discussions that we're not going to be touching the park. And I think that was kind of a sacred promise. And I am going to stick with that we are not going to touch the park. And if it makes construction go a little longer, I'm very sorry. It doesn't mean it doesn't mean that just because you can shorten the construction that we should destroy the integrity of the park. So that's where I am on it. So I'm giving you, I only have one voice up here, but giving you where I sit on this thing, if faced with a site plan that was like this, I'd hate you to go through the whole machinations of producing it just to have me go through this speech again. So that's where I am.
So we were seeking direction, so I think Commissioner.
Well,
Mark,
I think we've given,
Well, I think it's split right now until we ask Commissioner Marker what his position is.
I'm a no. I agree with what Mr. Carney and Ms. Casal said. I campaigned actively on this, and a lot of the people that are in this audience that spoke out supported me, and I'm a man of my word.
Again, my campaigning was because I went back to 2012 for the original agreement. And I think people should stick to agreements that they make. And that's just where I am.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, Ms. Miskell. Okay. Now, it's the item you pulled. It's 6D, right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, all.
Yes, I just wanted some discussion on this and clarity regarding the interlocal agreement with the school district and use of our facilities. you know, I know that the Delray Rocks wanted to use Atlantic High School's facility for one of their the largest game they have of the year, and there was an astronomical cost that came with it, basically for security and police costs. And I know that they don't get those same the pushback when they use our facilities. So I just wanted to just get some clarity on whether we're going to be able to, and I know that the police are at these games. We have police and security on site. So can we negotiate something to make sure that, you know, we're not charged $11,000 for use of the
Right. If I may, Commissioner Burns, and I appreciate that because Mr. Metod and I had a dialogue about this very subject today because those concerns are definitely warranted. And of course, that is a significant sum. So aside and apart from the fact that we've enjoyed a long-standing relationship with the School District of Palm Beach County, we do share the same concerns. So with that, Mr. Metod, my interest would be to, as a proviso of considering this opportunity, we would definitely pursue what we can with the School District of Palm Beach County so as to help mitigate those costs, because you are correct, it's quite expensive, and I like to think we have a better working relationship than that.
Absolutely. So,
Mr. Metod, if you would.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. I'd like to back up just a little bit, and this is an interlocal agreement with the school board for the mutual use of each other's facilities. And the short version of that all is we use each other's facilities mostly for sporting events and youth sports, team sports for the high school, etc. To everyone's mutual benefit, right? 2 taxing districts, we share the facilities, everybody wins. We don't charge each other a rental fee. There is a clause in the agreement that allows each party to charge a fee for security that would be required for the event. For 99% of the events that we do, whether it's a track club practice at Atlantic High or their baseball team using Miller Park for a game, there's no need for additional security. It's just a simple game, maybe 50 to 20 to 100 people in the stands. It's a very benign event. The agreement works very, very well for all of those. The fly in the ointment, so to speak, is football for the high schools and for us at the youth level is its own entity because of the size and scope, which is what we run into with the problem. So I'd like to remind everyone that this agreement is a citywide agreement that almost every municipality has with the school board for these shared use of facilities, and for 99% of the time it works really well. Football, to the example you bring up, Commissioner Burns, is an all-day 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., maybe 2,000 people on site the whole time, and it's all day long. So they're requiring, based on their security protocols, 8 officers. 8 officers for a 12-hour block. The number comes in at roughly around $10,000, and that becomes hard to be palatable for a one-day event. But like I said, that's the more of the anomaly. To Mr. Moore's comments earlier, I just got off the phone call with the superintendent of the school boards, conveying our same concern about that one event. We have to be able to work together. We've communicated with Assistant Chief Hunter. They're going to work with the school board police, and maybe we can split responsibilities where half of our officers cover half of their officers, and now it's a more something we can tolerate in a much better fashion. But like I said, by and large, this agreement benefits a lot of people. For example, Atlantic High's baseball team plays almost all of their games at Miller Park. We use their gym for basketball. We use their track for track club. It works really well. This one's just a unique case of football being a little bit bigger and therefore kind of a different scope.
You satisfied with the answer? Okay. Then I need a motion to approve the interlocal.
Motion to approve.
I'm sorry. Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Great.
Thank you.
All right. 7A, acceptance of a shared dumpster agreement between 301 Northeast 3rd Avenue and 319 Northeast 3rd Avenue. We have Mr. Neil Schiller presenting on behalf of the combined applicants.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ready to go?
Do we need to introduce the file first, or it's not quasi judicial,
This is
right?
not quasi,
No.
no.
Okay.
So good evening, Mr.
Quasi,
Mayor.
Quasi.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Honorable
Mayor
Council.
Tomato.
My name is Neil Schiller with Government Law Group, 137 Northwest 1st Avenue, and I'm here tonight representing Chaz Monty LLC. So we're here tonight asking for a dumpster agreement to allow 2 restaurants that are neighbors to share the same dumpster. This will be at 301 Northeast 3rd Avenue and 319 Northeast 3rd Avenue. You may recognize 301 Northeast 3rd Avenue as 3rd and 3rd, the old 3rd and 3rd. That is being revitalized into an Italian restaurant. It has about 75 seats. And then 319 Northeast 3rd Avenue is going to be changed from the old insurance office that was there to a sushi restaurant with about 99 seats. And you can see the square footage for each of those restaurants. They're pretty small restaurants. Here's an aerial. You can see very small, the property outlined in red. I've zoomed in on it. You can see the alley on the east side of those properties. That is the alley that Waste Management accesses to get solid waste. This is an old picture of the existing or formerly existing dumpster enclosure on the 3rd and 3rd's property. You can see the dumpster just sitting out there for this property. These are the current conditions on 3rd Avenue today. You can see 3rd and 3rd on the right. The insurance office, American, I can't even read it. Security in the middle of us, and then Josh Abrams' new project at 325 to the left. And here are the existing conditions of the alley. I think it's important to see this. So north of the 325 building is a restaurant called Fit Food Express. You have their dumpster. As you go south down the alley, you see the 325 building has their waste storage and pickup right on the north side of where the sushi restaurant is going to be. And then further south down the alley, you'll see the shared dumpster location highlighted in yellow. So I do want to remind you that solid waste is picked up from this alley almost every morning. The shared dumpster obviously makes the alley more efficient by reducing congestion in that alley. Just for your edification, here's a rendering of the sushi restaurant. The yellow is supposed to show like a lamp. I think it's really cool, actually. But they're really spending some money to redevelop this site and really turn it into something beautiful. This is the backside that you would see from the alley, and I just wanted to point out a couple of things. On the right-hand side, you see the waste and recycling area from that residential building, and on the left-hand side, you see the proposed dumpster location that would service both the sushi restaurant and the 3rd and 3rd restaurant, which is now Italian. This is just the site plan. I wanted to show you what it looked like. We're, again, 2,682 square feet. We're about 30 feet tall, building height. And what's really great about this project is we're bringing the streetscape on Northeast 3rd Avenue into compliance with current ordinances and standards. A new 6-foot sidewalk, a new 4-foot curb zone, removal of 4 non-conforming back-out parking spaces on Northeast 3rd, creating a parallel parking space, new street tree, and a right-of-way dedication of 5 feet. And again, this project was before the commission, almost a year ago, for in-lieu parking request, which was approved. This is the shared dumpster agreement, or shared dumpster enclosure. It's 6 feet tall, totals about 80 square feet. It can hold a 2, 4, or 6 yard commercial dumpster. That's important. The gate opens facing southeast, so the gate does not open into the alley. And this is going to be built as part of basically the 3rd and 3rd renovation. Designed for direct access from the sushi restaurant's property without going through the alley. That was very important to staff, that we do not go through the alley to transport our waste. So we've devised a system with that door. You can see that we won't be going through the alley with our waste to get to the dumpster. And again, this was located in the same located in the same location as the previous 3rd and 3rd dumpster. So factors to consider before you. Small restaurants. There has been food waste at this location for many years without issue. The sushi restaurant is a very, very small site. The lot is just 42 feet wide, and sharing the dumpster does provide for greater efficiencies. I do want to point out there are some close residential uses. They are highlighted in yellow. That label that says shared dumpster location really was supposed to say 2 residential units, because there are only 2 residential units in that yellow box, 325 Northeast 3rd. I do want to point out that the proposed dumpster location, which is here, right at the southeast corner of the property, that is the farthest away the dumpster could be located from these 2 residential units, and I think that that's important. There are similar situations in Delray Beach where you have shared dumpster use. Here are 6 such examples from Atlantic Grove condominium that has mixed use and is close to residential units. Pineapple Grove Way, there are multiple dumpsters there, again, next to residential units. Along East Atlantic Avenue or behind East Atlantic Avenue, you have multiple restaurants with a lot of shared dumpsters, and then multi-tenant buildings with restaurants. Again, Pineapple Grove Way adjacent to residential, and a multi-tenant building with residents also down Pineapple Grove Way. Waste Management has been contacted. They say that they have done shared containers, that they had to recommend frequency for a shared container to be 3 to 5 times per week, also increasing the container size. Right now there's a 3-yard, we can go up to a 6-yard. My client is more than willing to do whatever Waste Management recommends. If that doesn't work, they'll be happy to increase the service. The agreement that your city attorney and I negotiated really does protect the city. You have a 180-day termination provision, and your sole and absolute discretion. You can cancel this if there are complaints generated by the waste. So there's a clear out. It runs with the land. The continued maintenance, there will be continued maintenance of the dumpster and dumpster enclosure to ensure that this doesn't happen, obviously. So in conclusion, again, shared dumpster use is not uncommon and should be encouraged. We don't have not had complaints for years at 3rd and 3rd with food waste there. The new dumpster enclosure should address and mitigate any potential issues. And then lastly, I know I'm talking about a sushi restaurant, and I realize that fish smells. However, we have to remember that this isn't just dedicated to be a sushi restaurant. It could turn around in 6 months and be a burger restaurant or a salad restaurant. And so while I appreciate that fish does smell, we do have a number of sushi restaurants in this city that operate daily without any incidents. And so, again, we'd love to turn this property into the sushi restaurant. We've been at this for 2 years, and we hope that you will approve this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Schiller. Ms. Ginotes.
I mean, this isn't quasi-judicial, and I think you've gotten a pretty good overview of
It's
the
not
issue.
quasi-judicial.
Yeah, the issue before you.
Right, there's no
no
ex parte
findings.
issue on this.
Right. So, I'm just going to run through my slides and see if there's anything that I need to add that hasn't already been covered. The proposal is that what was 3rd and 3rd, and this change in use on this small property will share the services of a dumpster for their restaurants. Obviously, so here's 3rd and 3rd, and this is the building next door to it that will be going in. It has been before the commission several times for certain deviations from the code, specifically an in lieu of parking agreement to facilitate the change of use. The building that's there is going to have a 2-story restaurant. They did achieve a waiver to the rear setback, and the architecture wasn't neatly fitting into the architecture styles, so this came before the board for approval. So every aspect of this project has been reviewed, and this is sort of the last outstanding issue. This is where the dumpster is proposed to be located, with both this restaurant and the 3rd and 3rd restaurant, which I know is not going to be the name of the new building, sharing it. They are under common ownership currently, which is why this is being brought forward. Some of the conflicts that Waste Management noted is when there are 2 different businesses, sometimes there can be arguments over who's using more of the dumpster. I mean, in this case, they're owned by the same person currently. but that would be the arrangement, whether or not the restaurant's sold to other people moving forward. And for us, for planning, because, you know, we plan, if this fails, there had to be a location where the second dumpster could be, and that has been provided in the site plan. So, you know, ultimately, I think the question is whether that if this works, then it's less clutter and impact along the alley. If it doesn't work, the biggest impact we could think is that it's going to require more frequent pickup, right, to serve, like instead of twice a week, it might be coming 3 or 4 times. I don't know. 5 times. So that makes noise for people who are living downtown. The trash is being taken out. And then in a worst case situation, there's the concern about the odor that could emanate from whatever restaurant, but fish does smell. So, and how do we take action to correct that should there be an impact moving forward? Currently, the agreement before you has 180 days for the issue to be corrected before termination. So, you know, that might be a consideration, whether you think it's, 6 months, if that should be a shorter window to get the frequency of pickup increased or to get a second dumpster. But outside of that, you know, there is a backup plan if it doesn't work in terms of being able to accommodate its own dumpster. And that's, I think, everything that I have.
Great. Commissioner Law?
I have no issue with trying this out. I mean, if we can end up with one less dumpster in the alley and, you know, and we have an out, if it, for whatever reason, it doesn't work out, I have no issue with trying this. I think it's pretty much a no-brainer for me. So.
Commissioner Marker?
Yeah, I feel the exact same way. I met with Mr. Schiller on this and went through my concerns, and we've covered it with the legal agreement, so I think we're fine here.
Commissioner Casal?
Forgive me, I had thought you said in your presentation that there would be daily pickup. So you're saying
There's 3, it's not daily, it's between 3 and 5 times a week that Waste Management is recommending.
Okay.
And I've conveyed to my client that we should start at 5, not 3.
Did your client agree to that?
Yeah.
Now, you said they're the same owners. They own the property, or are they renting the buildings?
They own the property.
Okay, that's interesting. I mean, interesting in that it creates. I'm very concerned about this. I always get concerned when we're making exceptions and we're saying, well, we'll give it 180 days and maybe we might have to cancel, and then that becomes its own issue. I would like the gentleman to be successful, but I'm concerned about this. Thank you.
Commissioner Cassell, I understand what you're saying. I think from our perspective, the dumpsters are literally going to be next to each other, and so we can try it out. The reason we asked for 180 days, if we had to cite the dumpster on our site plan to get through the whole process of amending the site plan, doing the dumpster, that was the reason for the 180 days. As far as changing the frequency of pickups, that's just a phone call to Waste Management. So that can be effectuated much faster.
May I ask a follow-up question to Anthea, please? So the property, they could actually do a site plan change and fit a dumpster on there?
So this is the plan for the building. This is the dumpster that's technically on the third parcel.
Mm-hmm.
So if this dumpster needs to solely serve that restaurant,
right,
then a second dumpster could be put here behind this building that would serve the sushi restaurant. So there is a spot for it.
Open windows are?
Right. They would have to build an enclosure. Yeah. You know, it's their risk that their customers are going to look at the back of a dumpster enclosure if that's the way this plays out. But, you know, and ultimately a site plan amendment to add a dumpster and an enclosure, and if that's the only change, that's an administrative review. So I don't anticipate that it would take.
I was actually going to say that the good news is under the new reviews, you won't need 180 days. Right. It'll be administratively done. So when you get to my part, I'm going to be recommending 90. Go ahead.
May I just ask one more question? Yes. I wasn't done. I apologize. Is there any foreseeable, and this goes to our attorney, and to our planning department, aside from the possibility that there's a smell, which we could alleviate, are there problems that you foresee? Sometimes things happen up here, and then all of a sudden we have a problem and everybody says, oh gosh, I didn't foresee that. And that's always my biggest concern when we're doing things that are outside of the norm. And while you are arguing that there are some other locations where we do this, it's outside of the norm. So what could possibly happen here that could cause a problem for us up here?
We've tried to think of it. I mean, so I think the issue again goes back to, does all the trash fit in the dumpster that you're sizing, and what is the frequency of pickup, and is it sufficient to ameliorate any impacts? And then again, more frequent pickup means, a truck emptying the dumpster. There are, townhomes and such. However, I mean, to be fair, the sushi garbage it's not going to change the amount of sushi garbage, whether you're putting it in one dumpster or two.
Right.
And so that I mean, I do think that provided that the service and the size of the dumpster is sufficient, it just means a little bit less clutter in the back of that alley. So if it works, and if it doesn't, then we have a termination clause. So.
Does our city attorney want to add anything to that?
We can put language in here because it's not in here, that they will have to have the frequency of 5 times per week for pickup of trash. We can definitely put that in here. We can lower the termination. That was, candidly, that was a bit of a negotiation because initially I think I put 90.
Okay.
And Mr. Schiller's client had concerns, and we met with him and we tried to alleviate it by saying, no one's looking for you to fail, and I think this commission has said that.
Right.
But if the city does get complaints, we have to have an ability. The reason why this isn't on consent is because it's novel. This is our first dumpster agreement, so that's why we're having this whole conversation, right? So that's why it's on here. And so yes, I've had reservations about this.
I had a minor in dumpster.
We had reservations, and it did take a long time to get to this point. So I would recommend, if you are inclined to give it a shot, putting an actual number for the frequency of the pickups. I would recommend putting it here. And if you want to lower the termination, you can also, you can make it at the city manager's discretion, because right now it says the city, so it will come back to the commission because you are the approving body. So you can make it in the city manager's sole and absolute discretion. He can terminate this because, frankly, he's going to be the one who gets the majority of the complaints. So we can make that change as well.
So you can make it 90 days. You can require pickup 5 times a week. And may I ask you another question? Can you make this terminatable in a period of time? And not that I would want to terminate it, but for review and reconsideration in a year, so we know if this works or not?
I mean, I think
Is
you're going
that
to know if it's
unreasonable?
working or not, because I know you chuckled when I said the city manager is going to get the complaints, but you are too.
No,
So,
100%. Yeah.
You can make anything.
Less is more
reviewable.
when it comes to complaints.
So just to talk about the year, so I would have a hard time with that, just because my client is investing money, is building out, and then the whole site plan is going to be up in a year, and that's not 100% not fair.
Okay.
So what I would, we're fine with the 5 times. I would ask for 120 days to give my client the comfort that they originally asked for, 180. So we're getting knocked down a little bit.
I thought the first draft called for 30 days.
Was it 30 or 90? I don't remember.
I don't remember.
It was very stringent
But
because of the concerns.
I think the first
that we
draft
had.
was 30 days.
But I have to tell you, my client really had some concerns, and your staff was very gracious and took the time to explain what was going on, and they felt, they really want to be here, and it's really badly. So this is very important to them, and these are 2 brothers that have been in the restaurant business in New York and are Palm Beach County residents now. One lives in Boca, one lives in Delray, and they just want to, bring a little piece of home to Delray Beach.
And I think the only issue in terms of the frequency is when both restaurants are up and running. So if only one of them is open, one dumpster is sufficient. So it's just a question of when the Italian one, when they come online and they're operating at the same time. Then that's when the frequency is maybe something we need to figure out quickly, if it's sufficient or not.
I see what you're
Do
saying.
you see what I'm saying? Like
Are you-
right now,
can
I
you
don't
put that in
know
the
that
contract?
either one
That's fair
are
enough.
open right now.
Sure, if they're both open, then we can have language in there that they'll have to revert to 5 days for pickup. That's fine.
Fair enough.
If there's a consensus for that.
Fair enough.
I mean, candidly, if they have a garbage problem, they're going to have a patron problem too,
Right.
right?
Yeah.
People are not going to eat where it
Right.
smells like garbage. So, I mean,
100%.
it inures to their benefit to
Right.
make sure that this issue is under control.
Okay, so I guess I will move it forward slightly reluctantly.
We're going to let
With-
Commissioner Burns.
Oh, I'm
we're
sorry,
gonna let-
Ms.
we're
Burns.
gonna
I
let
thought you
everyone have
spoke
their chance
already.
first, though.
Yeah.
And mine too.
Oh, I'm
just
sorry.
gonna
I am.
say-
I just can't believe it's already 8:37. It's
Thank you.
crazy
You
how
use your gavel.
long. our meetings are.
No, I was just going to say that I'm supportive of the trial basis and whatever we decide to put in the contract, 90 days, 120, whatever, I'm supportive of that,
Thank you.
giving it a try. Thank you.
I really have no issue with it. I mean, the reality is that the two dumpsters will be 10 feet away from each other. So, as long as you're doing accurate and frequent pickups,
Yeah.
fish smells.
I know.
Burgers less so, but fish smells a lot faster, especially in a couple of those 100-degree days. So, I want to make sure. But you're dealing with a small space. Makes sense to have one, maybe to try it. I do want the flexibility in the contract. I think they can do it in 90 days. I know he wants 120.
Well, he wants 180.
Right, but I like the 30. But I like the 30. So I'll leave that to the commission to decide whether it should be 90 or 120. But I mean, 180 is too long because the reality is we'll have to act quickly if you are not. If your person does not pick up, we need
Sure.
the ability to act quickly.
Completely
And
understand.
because it's not just going to be offensive it's going to be offensive for like some blocks around.
The way we envision it is that if there are complaints, there will be dealt with immediately. Now, granted, my client may not be the owner at the time down the road, but again, that's why you have this termination provision.
And
So-
I do think that the agreement that you fashion should also describe that if in the event of a thing there is a second location and identify the location so that we don't go 2 years down the road saying, well, we don't have a place to put the second dumpster. I just want to make sure that the place for the second dumpster stays readily available for that second dumpster should the event that a second dumpster be
Make
required.
it more like an exhibit.
I'm sorry, well,
Yeah.
however, that's your bailiwick, so. But that's where we are, so.
Do you want the commission to have the discretion to terminate, or do you want it to be with the manager? Typically,
do
because
you
you
think?
are approving this,
Yeah, I mean-
it would revert back to the commission.
If we're terminating, it's going to have to be done quickly, and my guess is the city manager is better positioned to respond.
We never had to talk about this again.
That's the goal.
That's the second item on the July 4th agenda.
So city manager in his absolute
dumpsters?
discretion.
Oh, okay. I don't know it, so I can't help you.
Is there
Okay, would you like me
consensus
to
on-
give a motion?
So, why don't you make a motion and we
Okay.
can.
I'll make a motion to accept shared dumpster agreement between 301 Northeast 3rd Avenue and 319 Northeast 3rd Avenue with amendments to the termination period, 90 days, and with 5 days of trash pickup once both restaurants are online. And the exhibit to include the alternative location should one of these restaurants change ownership.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay.
Was that all you wanted?
Is it for, what about the city manager or city commission for termination? But was it if they change ownership, or is it once they're both fully?
Oh, I don't care whether they change ownerships. I mean, they could work.
You had said if they change ownerships, you wanted to make sure the alternative location is locked in so that they're not saying we don't have a location.
Yeah, well, I don't know whether that's alternative ownership. I just want it locked in the agreement.
No, I
Okay,
understand
regardless.
that. But the 5 days of trash pickup, I understood it to be when both restaurants are open.
Yes.
Or online.
Okay.
We
Yeah.
said that, yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
So when both restaurants are open, and then we'll do an exhibit with the alternative.
right.
And then, sorry, there's nothing about city commissioner, city manager.
What, I think,
I think the consensus is city manager.
So that needs to be in the motion if you want to amend it. as stated, to include the city manager in his sole and absolute.
Maybe we should make
It's a tough job. Okay, should we take a vote on that?
I think amend it before we second it.
Oh, re-amend it as noted.
So as amended,
Yes.
and then we need a second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Good, done.
We look forward to the ribbon cuttings.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Jeez. 7B. This would be, oh, here he is.
Yeah, he's all here.
He's all there, getting ready.
This should be quick. It's a parade.
Can we just approve it?
Yes.
Oh, sorry, are we supposed to be doing something?
The attorney has to read the resolution title.
Oh, you want me to read it?
It's not necessary, but so I'll just kick it off. This is pertaining to the annual Downtown Delray Beach Festival of the Arts being proposed to be held January 11th, 12th, 2025. So we have a presentation from Assistant City Manager Jeff Orris, as well as the city's Special Events Manager, Ali Berman, in terms of the content. Many of you are familiar with this in this regard, so that if you can briefly update the City Commission in terms of the consideration.
You want me to read the resolution?
No, I'm going to ask whether Commissioner Long would like a motion to approve.
Oh.
Does anybody want to discuss this? I mean, we all know this issue. It's the same one they do every year. The only comment I want to make is that when we're doing this the same time every year, we need a process by which your approvals are a lot shorter.
Agreed.
Than, because this is the exact same thing as last year, right? I don't see any change from the last year's resolution.
So
Is
we
there?
can,
I
we
mean-
can amend the special events policy if you'd like, so to
Well, we should
state-
look at it. We can do that.
Okay.
We can do that at a workshop.
May I
So-
ask one question about this?
Yeah.
This, when I looked at the map of the area, Mr. Moore got complaints from a couple of people on 3rd by the tennis center. Is this just going to be on Atlantic, or does it branch off a little?
This one's just on Atlantic.
Perfect. I'm all in favor.
You want to make
And that's in response to those concerns that I had been experiencing
Right, where the
related
tents
to
were
the tennis
outside
center.
the doors. And
Yes, ma'am.
Maybe if
So-
they were on the other side. of the street.
Can I say something?
Yep.
Hi, I'm Howard Allen, and I've had the privilege of being here for 35 years doing this show. And in spite of the rain on Sunday, it's ranked now as one of the top art fairs in the country. So we're all very proud of it. Additionally, we've commissioned an artist to put this giant heart metal sculpture, and there's going to be something written on it. What is it going to say again? Love Delray. How can I forget that? But I just want to thank you for the opportunity. The show is great, and we love being here.
Well, let's take yes for an answer. Would you?
I'd love to. Yeah, I mean, I move approval of resolution number 116-24.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Well done. Great speech. Great presentation, Jeff.
Well done, guys.
It's my favorite thing, sit here quietly.
And here you are for 7C. Well, I don't know. This has to do with people doing advertisements. So, Mr. Orris.
Mayor and Commissioners, this is a motion to approve a memorandum of understanding with the Delray Chamber Education Foundation for bus shelters. Essentially, the city has had a project going with the Education Foundation for 3 years now. It initially started as a pilot project. It was amended 3 times, once to expand the number of shelters that were available for this project from 18 to 30, as well as 2 activations of 1-year renewals. The program, the latest renewal has expired. The Education Foundation wants to continue this program. So we have put together something that's a 2-year with no renewals on it, while we move ahead with also some changes if you want us to continue this to the sign code to make sure we're real in conformance with that. The program has given to our local schools, just the ones in Delray, the public schools, over $28,000 in its first 2 years. It has about $27,000 to distribute for the previous year, which will be done at the education breakfast, which I believe is usually held in August, right before the beginning of the school year. They just got going on the extension from 18 to 30 shelters, so I would anticipate if you continue this, there will be even more money to the schools in upcoming years. Kay Johnsons, who is on the Chambers Education Foundation Committee, is here to answer any questions and to provide a short presentation on what's been done to date.
Hi there, I'm Kay Johnson. I think a lot of you know me from the many hats I wear in this city, but I am also a board member for the Delray Chamber Education Fund. I just want to explain a little bit about what the Delray Chamber Education Fund is, that we used to be the former chamber charity. Some of you might know us as that was part of the chamber, but in 2018 we rebranded and separated as a separate 501c3. We are a 100% volunteer-driven organization that has a 9-member board, separate bank account, separate 990. We are not part of the Delray Chamber. And we are sometimes also confused with the Delray Chamber Nonprofit Council, which is also very different, which incorporates the chamber members who are nonprofits and provides educational opportunities for the nonprofits. So I know there has been some confusion on who we are because we don't shout out there a lot, but Jeff is right. We do oversee the education breakfast, which is going to be this August, and give money back to the teachers for this. We do also, you know us from Delray Reads Day, where we work with the city, where we have all the volunteers go out to the schools, and you also know us from the bus shelter project. So I just wanted to quickly show you that the RAPs then designate the different schools. They're around there. We are currently on about 30 shelters out of 100 more than 100 in the city. This is what the sponsorship, it is not advertisement, it is a sponsorship opportunity that goes on that has each a calendar year that it is up for, and then has a renewal. The only cost, 100% goes back in the renewal year. In the first year, there's just the cost of doing the wrap, which is about $500-600 per shelter. These go for about $2,500 each to the sponsor on a per year basis. This outlines the money that we've given out in the last 3 years. We're on track this year. To date, we have raised about $27,000, which would be given out in the education breakfast, and we ceased on renewals and selling new shelters when we expired on May 1. So we are good with that. This talks about how many we have the opportunity to use, 30 out of 250. So while a number of them are in the downtown area, numbers of others are spread out around Delray. And this also details the number we've wrapped each year, as well as the value that this could bring back to the school in funds to the schools. Funds are distributed equally to the schools. So I'm happy to take any other questions about the program.
Great. Why don't we start with Commissioner Long? I saw you raving there, that's why I did that.
I don't know that I have any specific questions yet, but I do think it's kind of apropos that this came up tonight when we're talking a lot about education. And I know that communities that have organizations like this, like Golden Bell and Boca, which is a much bigger organization, and I think there's a similar one in Wellington, I forget what it's called, statistically are much more likely to have higher ratings for their schools because, you know, it's a community-funded effort. So I think even though this is, you know, a growing amount and a growing organization, I think it's a great program. I think it's a really clever way to raise money for our schools. It's great to see the success that you've been able to achieve over the years. And the fact that really pretty much all of your money goes directly to the schools is fantastic. It looks like 90% of your money goes directly to the schools.
About 90% of our money overall, because we also raise sponsorship dollars that goes out, also goes in the breakfast. That is also distributed to the schools, usually somewhere along the lines of another couple $1,000s to schools. We also entertain other organizations that through the breakfast in the past Old School Square has given money out for arts programs in the school. So it's become a way to celebrate and infuse this in the coming year with some of the money that we're giving out directly. We are asking for reports on how the money is used, and we want it restricted to academic and literacy-based programs.
That's great. That's great. I mean, I think this is an organization we should be helping grow and encouraging. And I guess my question is, Lynn, is we are working on concurrently updating the code, the sign code, so we can have a more permanent, because I know we just keep updating this MOU. I think the point of that is so we don't lose any ground with you guys being able to continue the program, but concurrently, are we not doing something more permanent, so this wouldn't be on an MOU basis or a pilot program basis?
If this gets approved, I would want to amend the sign code because, I kind of disagree. I do think it's offsite advertising, and our code doesn't allow that. And so, if we're going to enforce our code against other businesses and residents, we should enforce it against ourselves.
Right.
So initially, this did begin as a pilot program. 3 years later, at some point, we should make a decision as to whether or not we want to maintain this program and put it in the code, or if you're not interested in that, then. But I haven't done it yet. I'm waiting for the commission to give direction on this agreement.
So I would be in support of that. I mean, I would like to keep this organization that's getting money to our schools operating as it has been for years, and at the same time make sure that we are updating our code so we are above board and we're consistent on everything.
Commissioner Marcus.
Yeah, I really like this program. I've always found the wraps to be clean, crisp, clear, not overpowering. They're tastefully done. So I'm in favor of this. I agree, Lynn. We should look at the code and make sure we're in compliance. But I think this program's great. And to Rob's very good point, we talked about schools for a long time earlier today, and giving them $75,000 is really helpful.
Yeah. Commissioner Casal.
Thank you. Attorney Jelen, but we couldn't restrict who is allowed to advertise if we change our code. We're changing our rules on advertising in our bus shelters. Is that correct?
We would be allowing off-site advertising.
Right. And so I caution my commission when they're saying that would be great. We implemented the rule on not having this kind of advertising because we didn't want our bus shelters in our community full of advertising and signs. If you go down Military, you see them there for all kinds of diseases and things like that. No, it's true. Drive down Military. I mean, this city decided a very long time ago to not have any advertising in bus shelters because we wanted our community to retain its quaint and charming feel. That changes once you start allowing this. So I am 100% in favor of your program. We need to figure out a different way to do it. Maybe windows of businesses that can contribute, something like that, but I am not in any way, shape, or form amenable to changing our code with regard to off-site signage. Thank you.
Can I ask a question about that? Is there not a more nuanced way to address this sign issue rather than it's all or nothing? We can't control what types of.
We just have to be careful because sign is, First Amendment. The language is a First Amendment right, so we can only restrict on time, place, and manner. And so we'd have to be very careful that we're not infringing on rights.
We can't continue to restrict how we do now, which is no addresses and phone numbers and stuff like that. Because right now it's really just like a logo.
You have to be careful with content, I think.
I mean, that's what I'm concerned about. I mean, sponsorship is one thing. I have to disagree with you about whether or not some cross over to be advertising. There's a couple of law firms in town do their phone number and all that other kind of stuff. That's advertising. And sponsorship, I view very differently than advertising. And so you're saying we can't.
I'm saying right now our code doesn't allow off-site advertising. So, for example, a law firm that has their name on one of these bus shelters, we're technically in violation of our code because it is advertising.
Right.
It's putting forth someone's name. Now,
But if it said sponsored by, Tom Carney Law Firm, vis-a-vis, call Tom at. I mean, I view those as two different types of
Right now they don't say
messages.
sponsored by. They just have a logo. And I think that's what the concern is. And when we first endeavored in this pilot program, that was one of the concerns that staff voiced, that if this is going to be something long term, then we need to address the code issues. And candidly, our sign ordinance needs a lot of work, so that's going to be another huge undertaking. But it would be something that would rise up on the list because, again, if we're going to enforce it, against others, we need to enforce it against ourselves. So it's nuanced, and I will do the research on it. But I think, you have to be careful with signs because of the First Amendment protections and what you're actually regulating.
So is saying sponsored by an option for the code potentially? Could we just have it be a sponsorship and make specific rules for sponsorships?
For the bus shelters, potentially, but it would have to be, sponsored by Lynn Jellin. That's it. I think when you start saying sponsored by the law office of Lynn Jellin, I think that starts to become a little bit on the advertising side for my law office. So I have
Your
to
3
stop.
minutes is up.
I'm done. I have nothing else. So I think that's the concern. So, we do have some logos out there. We'd
They're
have to
almost
look-
100% logos.
Yeah, well, that's advertising, by the way.
I mean,
Logos,
the
why
logo.
that's why people do
and
logos.
that was what was detailed originally, that it could only be the logo with, and everything had to be incorporated within the logo. So all of them that come forward to you for approval on an individual basis. And anytime the commission has made a concern about any of it, we have gone back and changed and re-amended. So I want you to know that you see every single one of them and approve every single one of them.
If I may.
Commissioner Burnt,
Yeah.
Burnt, yes?
Well, I just wanted to say, along with everybody else, that, I support, of course, education, and I would like to see these continue and hope that we can work something out so that it fits in the description so that we're not violating our own rules. I happen to have been the recipient of some of these funds in last couple of years that I taught. We bought, we only got the small amount. I guess maybe that was your first year. Sticky notes to help kids when they're reading. They mark the sticky note with a summary or words that they don't know or questions that they have, and I didn't have to pay it out of my pocket, which a lot of teachers do. So I really support continuing these any way that we can figure it out.
Yeah, I mean, I like the program. I mean, who doesn't want to get extra, free dollars to education? But I'm concerned about opening up a floodgate as well. So
I mean, I'd like to respectfully ask that if we could continue this, explore this. I would say that 100% of our current sponsors are not in it because they're looking to advertise. They're looking at it to support the city and to support the schools.
And I actually agree with that. I mean, I think that's why they're doing it. But I don't like violating our own laws. So I don't want to kill it here. So what's our solution?
Well, the bus shelters that are already in place,
Yep.
pursuant to the agreement that already expired, they can remain until the term of the sponsorship. So if you wanted to give staff an opportunity to look into this, Delray Beach Chamber Education Fund just wouldn't be able to procure new sponsorships until such time as we have a new agreement in place. The last agreement expired back in early May. And so we could technically just allow them to continue. We're not going to take out the wraps that are already there, and I can come back in 30 to 60 days with some information for you, and potentially, you could also limit the writing on the wrap, right, to something smaller, so that, because I do think that the size of the logos also contributes to it looking more like an advertisement as opposed to a thank you for your sponsorship. So we could also do that as well, and then it wouldn't necessarily affect the offsite advertising provision of our code, because we're limiting and we can limit what it says. I mean, this is a program that the city is doing, so you can set your own rules. So you could say you can't have a logo. All it's going to say is on the bottom. It'll say sponsored by Rob Long, or something very innocuous that gives the credence to the sponsor, while recognizing that we don't want to have to touch the sign code because we're going to open up a can of worms with offsite advertising.
Right.
I mean, can we renew the MOU while we figure this out? I don't want to put this organization in a position where they have to stop what they're doing, and we affect the amount of money that our schools are getting. So I'm on board. I think we have to figure this out long term, but I don't want to jam them up in the meantime with something that we've been doing for years with no issue.
You could renew it and then just give staff direction on what the new wraps are going to look like. Because
That's
right
fine.
now
We've
they're
reached that point. We need your help to. I mean, I don't want to violate any First Amendment rights. At the same time,
you don't have a First Amendment right to a wrap on a bus shelter, right? So what the concern is that if we start touching the sign code, then that's going to be a can of worms that, just like the Chapter 2 changes, that's going to be a lengthy one as well.
So can we accept out of the sign code things in bus shelters and create separate rules?
I think we can. Yes, I think if we are very limited in what these look like, and make it very clear that it's a thank you for your sponsorship.
Right.
No logos, that we can tweak on this agreement, and I don't think it's going to be necessarily a violation of the sign code.
With just the individual's name, not the company. Yeah,
correct.
I would be totally amenable to that.
I mean,
the company. I
have no issue with the company.
I'm not bothered by
I
whether
think
they
you
want to
could do
put
the company, but I
long
think
real
it's
estate
the
or market
logos that become the
investigations.
problem.
I mean, I'm not.
Right.
I think it's the logos that I don't see an issue with, sponsored by, Sir Speedy or something. I don't think that's an issue.
Right.
But I think when you have this huge logo and you could limit the size of the writing on the wrap, you can say that it's going to be located on the bottom so that it's not in someone's line of vision when they're driving. I think we can make those changes very easily, and we
I just
have
don't want
had
to
that.
de-incentivize people for doing it because it's a valuable money. Anytime I can get money into the school system, that's a good thing to do.
Right.
Could we propose some things, an alternate? I would say that we do have a number that are wrapped. The cost comes down anytime you have to take it off or change it. So a sponsor who is renewing, I would not want to have to go back and spend, it's not a big sponsorship, it's $2,500. It costs $600 to do this just because there's been a change. They have a lifespan of about, we're guessing 3 to 4 years anyway, because there's wear and tear, people peel off. So we could work with you in making sure, I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater, where it costs additional expense to go back to a sponsor that could be going back to the school just because the look changed.
I have a problem with that only because currently we're sitting here asking people to not violate our rules, and we have a lot of code enforcement issues, and we're violating our own rules. I'm really not comfortable with that. I completely understand what you're saying, but if the people are truly doing it to support the schools, then they'll be okay with replacing them, and I'm very sorry. I really just feel strongly that we sit up here overseeing our rules, we need to enforce our rules.
I mean, I have a different take on it. I'm not willing to gut a huge percentage of the money that goes to our schools just so we can say we're following a specific rule right now. If we're working on getting to that point anyway, it's been running like this for years. I don't hear any complaints about this program ever. It's an extremely popular program that's been growing over the years. So I think if we're going to implement these changes long term, as long as we're on that path, I don't see an issue with. I don't see why we should have to have a huge chunk of the money that should go to these schools be dedicated to making frankly arbitrary change right now. That's how I see it.
So the issue is whether or not you wanted to change it right away if we implement this thing. I got
100%. It's our rules. Follow them.
I'm kind of in between on this one. I mean, I love this program a lot, and as I said earlier in my comments, the wraps are tasteful. They're not in your face at all. But maybe the right answer is to spend a couple days and sit down and map this out from a marketing standpoint, and then see how far away we are from the existing wraps. But I also agree with what Julie said. Code enforcement was down on the Ave this week with a new business who's had. I'll leave the type of business out. You probably all know what it is. But they put things in their window that you can't put in your window. The signs were too big, and we do have to be really careful of that. We have to be very careful of that. I agree with you. Yep.
I'm not positive though that if they have it there now, whether there's any harm. I mean, maybe we to give them a year or so to transition out of it.
Grandfather them in?
It is, well, grandfather in, couldn't they have a right going forward? But we're only talking about a 2-year renewal here, right?
Right.
Okay.
Whatever's in place now will get to run its course, so,
I mean,
but they
I'm
won't
not
be able to
positive
renew
that
it.
I would rather people spend their money giving it to the schools and spend their money redesigning the shelter.
Stays. That's not the question. It's whatever is being replaced or what they're selling now. We're not talking about people ripping them off and replacing them. We're saying once their term is over, if someone's given you money and they've got a year, if it comes up in 6 months, then they remove that and replace it. And what Ms. Johnson is saying is that these can last 3 or 4 years. Could we just renew until they are no longer looking good?
Well,
Am
I think that
correct?
what you're saying is.
And I'm saying they need to be replaced once
We
their renewal
established this
period
rule at
is
the end of
over.
their term, they would have to comply with the new.
Correct. That's what I'm
Well,
asking for.
That would be, that's.
Assuming we figured out what we want by then,
Right.
right? This could take 2 years to update in our
This is
code,
going to
so.
take 2 weeks for our city attorney to figure out.
Maybe longer.
Okay, 4.
I thought we were updating our code to.
No,
I
we're
think they're
not.
talking about
That's
something
why we
different. I
we-
think they're talking about updating the MOU. So
Well, we want to
currently,
adopt it, but we need to accept, we need to
I'm
amend the
confused.
code to accept out of the coverage of the signed ordinances, this things, remember MOUs that we do with things for, in these bus shelters.
So
I think
here-
we want to accept that out, right, I think?
Here's my question.
Yes.
If we're eventually updating the code to hopefully find some kind of exception to this, right? And we're going to have a different style that's a sponsorship, et cetera. Why would we not wait until we know what that final version looks like until we force them to update it? Because if we force them to change it to some like stopgap version now that costs them $600 for no reason, and then they have to change it again whenever we update the code, I don't
Just so
understand.
we're clear, whatever's in place now, RAPs approved and installed prior to the termination of this MOU shall be permitted to remain after the expiration of this MOU until the sponsorship agreement with DCF naturally expires. Renewal options, however, will not be honored.
Right.
So whatever's there now, no one can force them contractually to take it down because it's not permissible. That survived the termination of this
Right, but my
agreement.
point is the ones that cycle out before we figure out what we're doing and have to be replaced anyway, and we're talking about changing those to some new standard that we haven't figured out yet, is my point. So if one of them is at the end of its life cycle within the year, and we want to change it to something, what are we changing it to if we haven't figured out in the code what we want that new version to look like? Why would we not leave the status quo instead of some like intermediary version of it that's going to have to be taken down until we figure out what we want? Otherwise, it's even more money it's going to cost them if we change it again in the final version of the code.
Because it's important for you to know that these do not all renew on a calendar year.
Right.
These renew on cycles throughout the year. So I don't have it there, but we'll say we stopped about 4 months in. So we stopped about 4 months in renewing. There's the question of new up to 30 new. So if we're stopped there from raising any additional funds, if that's one thing, which is concerning to us. The question about those that have a renewal up there are a number of them that say that expire in July. They might have only been up a year. It's a perfectly good wrap. The question on that is, I'd like to see it if at any point, and we've had a number of them, we've had one that's been hit by a car. We had one that was hit by a tree that I think we had to redo the shelter. We have had several others that had graffiti on it. I wouldn't have the issue is when we had to replace it to have to go back, but a perfectly good $700 wrap that the sponsor's willing to renew, and I could say that it could be renewed up to 3 times before it had to be changed would be fair. Otherwise, we're just taking money out of the pocket of the program. We want to keep this affordable so that it's local Delray businesses. I think it's important to note that 100% of the businesses are Delray businesses. We haven't gone to FP&L. We're not going to outside. We're not selling advertising. We're having community members support the community.
Nobody's criticized them. Everyone loves the program. We're
Yeah.
just trying to figure out how do we mix it with our current sign ordinance.
So what if we allow them to maintain the current locations and allow them renewals, but they can't advocate for additional shelters until such time as we bring the changes
Well, yeah,
to
I
the
mean, if there's a
commission.
renewal, they're gonna have to, at a renewal subsequent to a time when we figured out what it's gonna say, they would have to be subject to. But I don't think I want to change them until, as Mr. Commissioner Long says, we actually know what we want, we want them to say, because, you know,
But I thought you said what they could say is sponsored by with either the name of the company or the name of the individual.
That's an option for you
Then
to
let's just
consider.
pick
So
that
you
today.
can
Then
do
what if that changes? But whenever we get the final version approved,
She's
and then what,
saying
they
that's
take it down
acceptable.
again?
No,
Our
I
attorney
think
is
if
saying
you,
that's
if you,
acceptable
if
right
you
now.
required sponsored by to be the language on these wraps, I don't think that's offsite advertising.
Right, so we
Then
don't
why
even
does it
have to
take 2
change our
years to
code.
update that in the code?
She
That
doesn't
wouldn't be
have to
updating the
update
code. It's because it's not offsite advertising.
Right. And that's the point. We can just change it now. Going forward, any that you sell will read that way.
We could add sponsored by to all. I could tell you
Without the
that's a
logo.
minor wrap that could be put, because we've had to replace pieces of these. It's not just one long film. Many times it's multiple pieces, because we've had to replace pieces that have had graffiti on it. We could add and show you, looking at all of our wraps that we have now, we could show you a design that would integrate into that, to add that sponsored by. For some of them, it might be a little wonky at the very beginning, but as these cycle out over the years, and we could show you a new design that incorporated sponsored by.
If
The
that's what
issue
we're
is the
talking about,
logo,
I have
though.
no issue with that. If
Yeah,
we're
I think
adding
that
it,
works.
Hang on one second, gentlemen, please. What our attorney is saying is that the issue is the logo, and that how it needs to read, if we want to do it without having to change our code, and none of us want to change the code. It's a giant undertaking for the city, how we can continue to accommodate this program because we want to, and still be not violating our code, because I don't want to violate our code, is to just have them read, thank you, sponsor, with the name of the company and not a logo going forward. So basically what we're saying is anyone who renews going forward, that's how they need to look, but we can make an exception and allow you, maybe we give them a year if you renew. You have an additional year if you want to renew before you have to change it to thank you. But I want to be in compliance with our own rules and accommodate you. And that seems to be the way we can do it without changing the code.
I would think the first step would be, let us show you a design that works with that works with the existing, and let's show a design that shows that without the logo, with a, I have a graphic background with the marking, with a brand mark that would go on there. We have shelters of all different sizes in that. This is something that a graphic designer could come back. We could make sure that this works before we go into anything more, kind of a hypothetical, what we're
Good.
talking about now.
So we should table that until you come back?
I think it's a good thing, but speaking as a former Fortune 5000 CMO, those logos are really important. To
Those
your
logos
brand.
are very important.
They're really important.
The branding is important.
It is.
They want, as proud as we are of their schools, and we have the school logo on all of them. They're proud of their companies and proud of what they are doing. So I want to make sure that a design that we're bringing forward puts, if the issue is a logo, there might be another way of providing branding within it. I think that as much as this is a sign problem, for the success of this program going forward, it's a branding problem.
Yeah.
So should we table this? You can work on your design. I'm sorry that we're making you have to do this.
why do we need to table it?
Well, because I think the mock-up idea is a good one.
Right.
Because it'll also provide for uniformity on these bus shelters to ensure that they all,
Right.
are the same size and everything. We can include the mock-up as an exhibit to the agreement, and then we can start with a fresh new agreement.
But that would be a mock-up going forward.
Yes.
One problem I would have with this is you're only giving us a 2-year agreement, and there's no way that all of these bus shelters are going to cycle over in 2 years. Bus shelters that just went up in the last 3, 4, 5 months are not going to cycle out in 2 years. So I'd want to look at something, we'd have to look at the whole thing. It's got to make.
The 2 years was proposed because if we were going to make changes to the sign code, we needed time to look into that and come up with a proposed draft. That's the only reason why there was 2 years.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not in favor of people changing what they've already spent the time and money to
Agreed.
do.
Right.
So,
We all agree with that.
but a going forward basis, they would be under a different.
But I'd also go back. These are 30 bus shelters out of 200
Right.
in town. So we've got plenty of space to keep it in the wide open.
Right.
You know, and maybe within the first year, right now we have 20 commitments that are there. We only have 10 more that could be in this new design, probably out of those that maybe would be renewing, and maybe we could put something in that after the third renewal, the design would have to convert to the new design. I mean, I think that could be something that could be fair without taking that money away, because then you have 2 years of that 20. We're working hard
Right.
to get to almost, 30 solid citizens on these.
Footprint, period. So that seems like a reasonable solution. I think we should be focused on how to work with this organization, not hold them up. So I appreciate this. Thank you.
I don't think we're trying to hold them up, but we do have an obligation to follow our code, and we're not doing it right now. Sadly.
We acknowledge that there is
Thank you.
there's a conflict, and we're
So
going
we
to work
have a
on either excluding these from the code, or we're going to modify the code. So, I mean, we're allowed to have separate set of rules for different kinds of
I
stuff.
get it.
So,
I'm
I'm happy to
just
create a
bringing
separate set of
forward-
rules for the bus shelters.
These were concerns that were brought forward when the pilot program was initiated, and so after 3 years, we just need to ensure that the commission is still on board with it. I will, if you give me, the first meeting in July, I'll bring something forward.
Thank you.
July 4th.
Okay.
That one,
Thank you.
that meeting.
The July 4th meeting. We'll do that.
And Mayor, if I may just add, one of the things I'd like you all to remember too is that the city manager's office does need to approve these, and we do, and we have rejected some of them, and the fund has always worked well with us in making that happen.
Also, just remember, we're all volunteers, just
Right.
like you guys are in many ways. And, we do this out of our spare time.
But we're
and
indentured.
that-
What are you
and
talking
that-
about, volunteers?
Yeah.
And are we working with the Public Works when you get these and you're processing through the city manager's office? Are you also going to Missy in Public Works and going through these with her?
Yeah, Public Works visits to make sure that the shelter's in good shape and wrappable, and then we approve the wraps. So we're in contact with Public Works on all of these shelters.
Okay.
Thank you both very much.
Thank you.
So do we need, you've got your
Motion to
guidance.
postpone.
We don't need
I
really
think-
a motion here,
I think you should do
do
a
we?
motion to postpone until July 9th.
Okay, so we
So
want,
moved.
do I need a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. 7D, follow-up direction, guidance, and consideration regarding external partners for the Crest Theater building.
Mr. Mayor, ladies and gentlemen, this is simply an opportunity for City Commission to offer its current thoughts relative to the Crest Theater building and our school. The agenda transmittal or line should actually read that way, because of course we had the special meeting that took place Thursday, May 23rd, 2024, to essentially create an environment for us to now come back and receive any thoughts or direction that you all might deem appropriate. The flexibility for open dialogue and engagement was therefore made available as a result of that meeting, and we are still at liberty to listen to any specific thoughts, suggestions, or recommendations either of you may have, or even if some sense of consensus or support can be rendered. Please.
Mind if I start, Mayor? I have a few things to get through, so bear with me. I wrote it all down, so I'll go quick. A few things I'd like to address based on our special meeting on May 21st. I've spoken with a lot of folks in the community about this. There's been a lot of, frankly, concerns with the way that we ran the process. Some people are very confused by it. Some people question whether it was fair, frankly. I'd like to address some of these issues real quick and then kind of offer my opinion on the best pathway forward. First issue I want to bring up is the collusion issue that I referenced during the meeting several times. Ms. Jelen chimed in at one point. We brought it up the first time it happened, and it happened 2 subsequent times with 2 other respondents. This issue is kind of brushed off, but just last week at our CRA meeting, we had to terminate a solicitation because a respondent breached the terms of our non-collusion affidavit that they signed as part of our policy and procedures, which is the same as the city's. That was CRA, but it's the same thing. Ms. Jelen, could you tell me if any such affidavit was signed by the participants in this most recent? I'm going to call it an RFLI because that's what it was called whenever we terminated it like a day or two later.
Yes, some of the parties did sign it.
They signed it for that second process?
No, well, no. So the city issued its RFLI, seeking letters of interest. There were 5 proposers who submitted a bid packet, which is it's a standard bid packet. I don't know how relevant it was to an RFLI because we were just seeking letters of interest. But purchasing did issue the bid packets, and most, actually I shouldn't even say most. Some of the bidders, proposers, they did submit. Old School Square Center for the Arts signed what I saw.
That was the process from 2023 that was then rejected, and we effectively ended that process, and we started a brand new process.
It was rejected, but then this commission decided that they would take all of those presenters and allow them an opportunity to come before the commission to pitch whatever they had included in their RFLI.
So we had some of them at the time fill it out, but not all of them, and then we didn't require the one organization who then added on to the new process to sign one.
So you're referring to the Boca Museum of Art?
Correct.
And if you recall, at the beginning of that special meeting, I asked the commission to make a motion to allow Boca Museum of Art to participate, understanding that there were technical irregularities in comparison to the other proposers of the RFLI, and so the commission does have the discretion to correct any technical irregularities, and so that's why I had asked the commission to make that motion to allow them to participate. They had sent an unsolicited proposal to the city manager, so they weren't included in that RFLI. They didn't submit themselves to it, and so that's why we had that motion at the beginning.
This is very confusing to me. I'm just going to read a quick excerpt from our city's purchasing policies and procedures manual. Under the non-collusion affidavit section, any person or entity that fails to submit the required affidavit shall be ineligible for contract award. The non-collusion affidavit will be included in all solicitations. Was this not considered a solicitation? I mean, we had a cone of silence. We had to reject it at the end. I mean, was this not considered a solicitation?
Well, it's not a contract award, right? We requested letters of interest, so it was casting the net to allow people who were interested in potentially programming the Old School Square campus to send a request to respond to the request for letters of interest. I did tell the commission, and I think it was at goal setting, that artistic services are specifically exempt, so you don't have to do a competitive solicitation.
But we did one, though.
I don't know. Mr. Buffington's not here, so I don't consider a request for letters of interest a competitive solicitation.
We had a cone of silence. It seems like we're selectively applying our rules.
No, I think the cone of silence is just to protect the sanctity of whatever proceedings we were going to do. If you recall, the recommendation from Mr. Buffington was that based on the request for letters of interest that we received, staff was in the process of preparing a new solicitation that was going to be based on the interest that we received, because he didn't feel that the request for letters of interest, and Terrence, you can chime in because you're the one who spoke to him, he didn't feel that the request for letters of interest was going to be sufficient if the commission wanted to do a competitive solicitation. That changed, We had an election, that changed, and then we were tasked with bringing the presenters forward, understanding that artistic services are specifically exempted from the process, and even though it's always a best practice to, do something competitive, we were going to allow these presenters. I was the one who recommended and advised that we have a cone of silence because of the nature of this solicitation. Based on the past and what went on in the future, I didn't want to put the commission in a position where they might feel compromised or they were inundated with calls, and I wanted to protect whatever proceeding we were going to have. So yes, I did advise you that we should have a cone of silence. I don't think that that's deviating from our processes. I think that's just protecting what we're trying to do and make sure that going forward we can all abide by some formality, because that's what the commission wanted, even though we didn't need to.
So why then did we have the non-collusion affidavit in 2023 and then we didn't have it this time?
you're going to have to ask purchasing that. They're the ones who issue the RFLI. That is typically for a contract award. The RFLI was not necessarily going to lead to a contract award. It was going to just put out the feelers to see what kinds of proposals we could get for that campus.
Okay, well, you understand why there's some confusion about this in the community, because I'm confused by this, frankly, still. But I'll move on. I'll move on to a different part of this. But I just want to review this whole thing, because Commissioner Burns and I began this RFLI process last year, which had all the same respondents to the RFLI we just did, minus the Boca Museum of Art. Based on that first RFLI, Old School Square, and I mean Old School Square Center for the Performing Arts, I'm going to say Old School Square for the sake of brevity, they emerged as the most qualified, although that result was never officially presented to the commission. After this year's election, all of a sudden, Boca Museum of Art's now interested in participating, fine. But we bury the results of the first process, so we can start a new one, right? At the new process, also an RFLI, was carried out in a very different manner than the first one, frankly. And I don't understand that. And there's a lot of concern about that in the community, and that's what I'm trying to address here tonight. People don't understand why we followed certain rules the first time, and then we abandoned that process and seem to go by different rules this time. And so I'm struggling to basically explain that to our constituents. So I'm going to move on to another issue that came up during this meeting that was very disconcerting to a lot of people, and it's this matter of the FBI investigation against Old School Square, which was brought up repeatedly by several of us here. Ms. Jelen, was there ever any credible evidence, if there was any credible evidence of an ongoing federal investigation of any respondent to this process? Would they have been allowed to participate?
Our purchasing policies and procedures state that if someone is subject to an investigation, they should be found not responsible or not responsive. So we do a due diligence analysis when we get proposals, and that's one of the things that purchasing should be looking for.
Okay, so ostensibly, if we're doing our job, we're already, if this organization is participating, we're basically saying that they're not under investigation, or we wouldn't have let them be part of the process. That's how I understand it.
That is.
I'm going to finish.
No, you're not.
Yes,
that
I am.
is factually incorrect. Period.
You don't have the floor, Commissioner.
Let him finish. Let him finish.
Let the truth come out.
We're going to continue to talk about this. Don't worry. You'll have your chance to talk.
Thanks.
So I know that Ms. Jelen and Dr. Davidian had a meeting with a couple of FBI investigators, as well as the vice mayor. Question for the vice mayor. You referenced having this meeting. I guess the question in general, were any of the other commissioners interviewed by FBI investigators, or was it just you?
The FBI doesn't tell you who they're investigating.
You're aware of how many, I didn't ask who they're investigating, I asked
I
about
wouldn't
the
know that
interview
information.
process.
They didn't give me information. They're extracting information. They're not the Federal Bureau of Incompetence.
Okay, so I'm only aware, correct me if I'm wrong here, Ms. Jelen, that you, the vice mayor, and Dr. Davidian were the only ones who spoke with the FBI.
I know I was present with Dr. Davidian. We were both spoken to together. I don't know. I mean, Commissioner Casal saying that she was. I don't know. I didn't speak to anybody about this because,
I believe there were other individuals who also mentioned to me that they were.
I haven't heard of any of the other commissioners.
Well, nobody's calling you and telling you, perhaps.
This has been talked about ad nauseum
Yeah,
from the dais, and no one else acknowledged speaking with them, and I'm sure they would have.
Maybe people
so
are
that
jumping
begs
up.
the issue, Vice Mayor. Did you make the complaint to the FBI in the first place?
The complaint originally was born out of our request from the CRA to send out a letter to the Office of Inspector General regarding PPP improprieties. Did you review
Yet they never talked
the
to.
CRA
No,
file?
I spoke with Renee,
Did
and
you
she said
review
that she
the
never
CRA file?
talked. Renee never spoke with the FBI.
I don't know what Renee did.
I
Rob.
talked to
I'm
her.
not
I asked
telling
her.
you
She never
myself
spoke.
What I did.
Okay,
I spoke
so
to them. And let me ask you
Okay.
something. Did you review the file? Because I'm just wondering, how do you explain the PPP situation with that organization? That you're up here accusing our staff of violating our rules to protect.
that's not what I haven't accused the
You
staff
just
of.
said
No, I
that
didn't.
you just said there was something funny about this, that these
Well,
people
I'm talking about
that
our
varied
rules for
results.
procedures. our policies and procedures for
Use the word
procurement.
buried results.
Yeah, we did bury
That's
them.
an accusation.
We did bury them.
You're
The
accusing
results
our
of our
staff.
RFLI were never communicated
I would
publicly.
caution you to review all the
Thank you
documents
for the caution.
with
I'm gonna
CRA
continue my
staff
comments. Thank you.
before you start accusing our staff of things.
But I will exercise as chair my prerogative. I don't want accusations flying across the dais.
Our entire last meeting was accusations flying across the dais, and I'm trying to correct the record here today, Mayor.
I'm trying to not make. I'm trying to ensure that we have some decorum up here.
If Mr. Long reviews the information with our staff, I think he
Here-
might have a different
Here's what we know.
perspective.
I'd like to continue, please.
Okay.
Here's what we know. We know that the FBI never once reached out to Old School Square to ask them for
We don't
anything.
know that.
Yes, we do. They've told that.
We don't know
No, wait,
that.
listen, you can't just
They
call
told
them a
us they had all
liar
their
because you don't
financials
like
in.
what they're telling you.
Excuse
That's
me,
not how we do
Mr. Long.
things.
They said they had all their financials in, and we know they didn't. So
They
they're saying the
presented us
FBI
with 5
didn't reach
audits at the
out-
last meeting, so I'm going to continue.
Okay.
They never once reached out to Old School Square to ask them for anything. They didn't. Nor did they speak with Renee at the CRA, right? In 2 years, they have never contacted anyone at Old School Square. Never. That does not sound like an ongoing investigation to me. Suggesting otherwise is reckless and defamatory to do that from the dais. And throwing around accusations, since we're talking about accusations, about criminal investigations is a dangerous thing to do up there. And if there was any credible evidence of a criminal investigation from a federal entity, they wouldn't have been presenting in the first place per our policies.
If you reviewed our documents.
Stop, I'm done. I have the floor right now. Could you please remind the Vice Mayor that one of us has the floor and it's not her? Thank you. Now, I'm going to read a quick excerpt from the conduct of the hearing section of our local rules under good faith questions. The cross-examination shall not be designed to merely harass, intimidate, or embarrass the person testifying. So, for instance, asking a respondent if they're under investigation by the FBI, they answer no, then essentially calling them a liar from the dais feels to me like a bad faith question, which is not aligned with our local rules, since we're talking about rules. Something worth considering going forward, I think, right? The takeaway here, though, is we as a city cannot invite an entity to take part in a solicitation as an eligible participant, then intimate that they're under a criminal investigation that would have made them ineligible during their presentation. We're in essence accusing them of something we know to be false, because we've already basically stated it to be false. That's unfair and it's defamatory. Almost done. Before I move on to my last and hopefully most productive item here, I'd like to address the crux of the negative perception that I've gotten from this meeting, what I believe to be the crux of it. After Old School Square presented, Commissioner Burns and I were the only ones up here to reference the merits of their presentation. I didn't hear any of the rest of you mention anything except audits, the Davidian report, the lawsuit, and this FBI investigation. In my opinion, Old School Square is the most practical, obvious solution to this conundrum we have with the Crest Theater right now, this mess that we're in. That's why they emerged as the best choice during the first RFLI, the one that we started in 2023, the one that was done correctly by the rules. There is a massive community outcry to move forward with Old School Square. We just saw a piece of it at that last meeting. There's not good reasons, not real ones, not to move forward with Old School Square. So, is it any wonder that the public deemed this meeting the anti-Old School Square meeting? That's what I'm hearing. That's what I'm hearing from the public. So what should we do now? Right? What should we do now? I think we should move forward with resurrecting the Creative City Collaborative. That's something we more or less all agree on. Per the Coletta report, the CCC was created for the purpose of overseeing, conducting outreach, and in effect representing all aspects of Delray's art and cultural community. The CCC still exists. I think we need to investigate further to see who the stakeholders should be and how we can use this organization going forward. We should start this process as soon as possible, but it's a long-term project. In the short term, the obvious solution is signing some kind of license agreement with Old School Square for art program in the Crest Theater so we can get the lights on this summer. And by the way, I toured Boca Museum's art school yesterday. It's great, great organization. I have no issue with their organization. I want to be clear about that. Except they're being used to box out Old School Square, in my opinion. And it's obvious. Bringing in any outside entity to the Crest Theater tells the world Delray's arts and cultural scene is on life support, so we need a transplant. It's not. We have a vibrant, unique, and historic historic culture and arts identity in Delray Beach, and it needs to be protected and given a chance to flourish again. Instead of standing in the way, this commission has a chance to open the door. Do the right thing. By the way, I spoke with 27 Productions here as well, and thank you guys for coming tonight. Another Delray-based organization that was basically ignored during our last presentation, so I'm glad they came tonight. They're the only group that actually referenced paying for theater renovation, so I certainly think that deserves a follow-up conversation. And by the way, thank you for the offer of the piano. I hope we can legally accept it. I'd love to look into that. But again, listen, that's all I got for now. I opened up a big can of worms here, I know that, but I'm dealing with a lot of community frustration right now, and I needed to air some of these concerns. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would you like to respond since you're biting your tongue there?
I'm trying to be a good boy, but listen.
Let's get okay.
I like you and you know that, but you stated some things that are not factual. There was an FBI investigation on Old School Square. I don't know how many people they talked to, but I can tell you firsthand that I talked to one of the special agents in the Miami office. Even though I work with them, they won't tell me much, but there was an investigation. The investigation is closed, but that doesn't mean, as they said to me, that the IRS isn't investigating them or other three-letter agency names are investigating them. I haven't made up my mind which way I'm going to vote. The purpose of that first meeting was it was a request for information. It goes on in the corporate world all the time. We started to get some of the facts out of that first meeting, but we haven't had the final presentations yet. I've not made up my mind which way I'm going. I thought everybody had something unique that they brought to the party, and I want to pick the right choice for Delray. So I don't understand this crap that you just vomited out, to be honest with you. I don't get it. And I'll tell you today, Missy Barletto took Lynn Jellin and I over to the Crest Theater. And you know what? It's in pretty good shape. The classrooms are first class, the entrance is first class, it's painted white, the carpet's blue, the kitchen is done. That thing is not a hunk of poo-poo. The theater is inoperable. There was equipment that was taken out of there that you can't do what a theater does without that equipment being put back. I don't know where the equipment went, but it's gone. The curtain's gone. I mean, it's gone. I don't know where it went. I would have thought that was all city property. It disappeared. It disappeared. I don't know whose basement it's sitting in or whatever, but But what I want to say out loud, the theater's not in terrible shape. It just needs some modernization, some equipment put in. It's not that big of a deal, and the rest of the building, trust me, is in really good shape. So I think that the community thinks the whole thing is a dumpster fire, and it's not. One part of it is broken right now, but this committee and this group of people up here, we are very committed to getting that done. I talked about it during my campaign, so did everybody else. We want to get that done, and we're just going through a process right now that allows us to look at all the choices that we have and then make the right choice. But I give you my word, I've not made my choice. I don't know. I have not got enough information to make an informed decision.
I was speaking in terms of perception.
Well, the perception's wrong. I haven't made up my mind.
Okay.
So I do take offense to a lot of the things you said, and I'm sorry.
Personal.
Well, it felt pretty personal to me. It felt pretty personal to me.
Okay.
Which one of you would like to go first?
I just want to say that, wow, this is, no wonder there's confusion, because I'm confused. It just has been going back and forth, and I would have hoped that we had come to some resolution by this time. But I agree with Rob about the first process. I thought the first process that we did in 2023 was the correct process. And what happened the last commission meeting was not totally put off by some of the presentations or the collusion part especially. But I just think that, for over 30 years, the Old School Square Center for the Arts successfully nurtured and promoted the cultural and artistic fabric in our community, creating a vibrant space for us all. And I wrote some things out, despite the challenges with regard to providing the timely financial statements, which they have worked hard to rectify, and the abrupt termination of their contract that was perceived by many, including myself, as a lack of due process. This decision, along with the subsequent legal battles, although now resolved, which has cost the taxpayers $250,000, this expenditure could have been avoided, in my opinion, with proper communication and support. And I just urge my colleagues to consider or reconsider and recognize the immense value that this organization has brought to our community. Their longstanding commitment and proven track record make them the ideal stewards for our Cultural Arts Center. And I think they deserve a second chance. That's all I have to say.
Commissioner Casal?
I disagree. I sat on the dais and I was part of that, and there's a lot of information out there. And if you haven't sat down with staff and looked at the information and you're just choosing to look the other way, you're not doing your service to the residents. Our auditor gave a very lengthy report on all the deficiencies. Our CRA staff, Renee, do you not believe Renee when she talks about the fact that in one government report they're claiming 35 employees to get money from the PPP, and in our report they're claiming 5? And when we ask them to explain it, they refuse. Do you not believe Renee? I believe Renee. I believe our staff in the city. So when you say they're the ones that came up here and they're the only ones that are capable and we didn't consider them, they spent years in that complex and had to be subsidized by the taxpayers. Some years over $900,000. In the there's a chart. If you go and review with your staff,
That was part of the A guide. That was CRA money.
it's still subsidies from the taxpayers.
Different than our library, than the Spady, than many other organizations.
No, it's no different. They need to file reports to tell where the taxpayers' money went, and our staff doesn't. No, they didn't, Rob. Please don't tell me Renee Jadising and our CRA staff is lying. Well, she says they didn't. She said it in 8 meetings. So you're telling me that every one of those meetings when Renee said, we do not have an answer as to how the taxpayers' money was spent. Watch the meetings. It's public record. Please do. There were over 8. Because you're sitting up here saying things that are factually inaccurate. And you know what? Look out there. There aren't many residents left in this room. They deserve the facts. They deserve the facts. So don't tell me
That's one thing we agree on, that they deserve the
our
facts.
staff said that they had their financials in order and we knew where the taxpayers' money was, because we didn't. And when they stepped up here and told us how they were going to do all this great stuff, how? They couldn't do it for 20 years, getting over $9 million in taxpayer money. How are they going to do it now? Not possible. So I am sorry.
We're going to be giving them 3 at the end of this year, just because of the mess you created.
I didn't create the mess. I'm not accountable for them not turning in their
I'll
financials.
take my chance.
I'm not accountable for them not turning in their financials. And to say there was no opportunity, they were being asked for over 2 years. If you did your due diligence, you'd know that. Ask your staff, because they can turn information over to you. Everybody knows. You know, you should. You owe it to your taxpayers to be informed. I just don't understand what level of misconduct is enough to override the political process. And that's for you to answer. And we were in litigation, and it cost the taxpayers $250,000 because they
And I would blame you for that
filed-
litigation.
No, it's not. It's my job. I did my job, and it was hard. I think the taxpayers know when push comes to shove, who's going to do the right
floor,
thing.
Remember the whole thing, who's got the floor thing? Okay.
You can have the floor now, Mayor. Thank you.
I was not expecting this conversation today. For the record, I've been in touch with 27 by email to start that process, because I was very impressed with just about everything that they said. Just about everything that they said. I wasn't going to go down the old school square program about qualifications or not, but I will say the following. I did my homework for the last 2 weeks. You know, as a law firm, we did research. We pulled up everything that was ever written by anybody. And you will find, you reference the A Guide, you will find emails to the Old School Square board offering to help, saying, please send us your numbers. 6 weeks ago, I sat down with a former OSS guy saying, you know, that you were offered to help you, the CRA offered to help you come up with your numbers. He said, well, why should we give the CRA our numbers? Well, apart from the fact that it's required in the A Guide, they signed that agreement. They had given them $2.7 million over the just immediate prior 3 years. You know, in banking, when I was in banking, I really wasn't going to go down this road. But when I was in banking, if you borrowed money from me and you said to me, you know, Mr. Kearney Bank, I need an extension on my loan because I just don't have it. And I'd say to you, well, you know, Rob, bring in your financials. And I'd look at your financial statements and I'd say, you know, you're going to have to stop these director fees. You're going to have to stop these extra travel. Let's see if we can get you on thing. We'll give you an extension. If you were to come to me and say, Pound Sand, I don't want you to see your financial statements, I'd have foreclosed. Okay? That's essentially what happened. Now, you may not like it. OSS has never accepted any responsibility for anything they ever did wrong. It's always everybody else's fault. Please, the city was really wrong too. I'm not saying the city doesn't get a pass. But what gave rise to the situation, there were emails from board members who resigned some 3 or 4 months prior that said, we are going to be terminated unless we give this information. Now, we can argue whether my facts are wrong, but I have no dog in this hunt. So I did it for the sole understanding of who did what and who's responsible for what. That's for the curtain. That's all part of a settlement. Back in 1991, when the Latimer Foundation gave $300,000, the city did come up with an extra $435,000 at the end to make the deal close. But I'm not going to point who paid for the curtain or not. The $300,000 came from the Latimer Foundation was originally to pay for the cost of the drapes. So, and they were custom cut and everything. So, you know, I'm not going back on anything like that because there was a lot of money's fungible. It was kind of moved around for different things. So the fact that the city came in for an addition, this is 1991, came in with an additional $435,000. That was the first of all the monies that came in. Back when I sat on the CRA and was the big proponent for all the money coming into the CRA, when it was then only, I want to say about $235,000 they were coming in every year. And this is 2006, 2007. And interesting, at that time, the percentage of the money that was going into as a percentage of the revenues coming in was actually smaller. But it got to a point where it got very high. And when you take into account the amount of money that was given in the last 3 years, to arbitrarily say, we're not giving you our numbers. Now, we could say they did their audits, they were late, and when you read the audit reports, yeah, they were clean, but they also had severe questions about the way that the books were kept. Okay? No, not saying anybody skimmed anything, no one said anything that went amiss, but the way that they kept the books was not great. From a banker's point of view, the way they kept the books is really not very good. So when you say someone is the best qualified, there's no question they got us to this point. There was also no question that there was some culpability there by not providing the financial information that they were entitled to under the A-Guide agreement. When they signed that agreement and took the money from the CRA, they said that the CRA had the right to inspect their books. They were denied that right. Now, as I said, in my bank, that would have been it. But they did this for a couple of years now. So I'm not prepared to say that, you know, they're the best qualified when they completely ignored, you know, the financials, their own financial condition to the people who were giving them the money, saying that they were not entitled to it. And I would also argue that when they lost 11 board members, based on the fact that those people didn't think they were getting correct financial information either, that's not irrelevant. When you have a bunch of board members leaving, that's not irrelevant. So I'm not prepared to say that, you know, Old School Square should be just coming in because they didn't handle their financial things correctly, and they violated they violated the A-Guide. They violated the A-Guide agreement that they did when they took the money. The city, I don't even want to start with the city. I would not have, I would have given them, I understand there were emails. I understand that the city had emails saying, please give us these money, please give us the reports. Everybody had that. I would have followed the formal things in the contract to give formal notice. You gave them a notice of termination. I would have given them a notice to conform with the agreement.
I don't disagree with you, and that's why I
think but I just what I'm trying to lay the groundwork here is don't say that, you know, Old School Squares they're walking in on water, because they had a lot of financial issues that were involved, and they did not comply with the basic financial covenants that they had with the city. I'm very forgiving on audits. Being late, okay, you know, but not providing the books and records when they were requested, when they were obligated themselves to do so. From a banking point of view, that's it. So that's where I am. I'm not mad at old, I was on the board. I mean, we can fight all these points, but I've spent the last 2 weeks going through everything. Everything.
And Mayor, can I add to this?
I don't know. I'm
no,
not
I
done.
would like to. May I though? No, it's important.
Yeah, well,
They attacked
no.
our staff
No,
and called
it's
them
not- I'm not done.
liars.
I'm not done. I'm
Okay,
not done.
go. You throw that in there. For
I don't
me.
like anybody is attacking themselves.
Right.
But no one sat here and tried to go through all of the facts of everything everybody did wrong. I'm the first to say the city should have handled it differently. Oh, such as say, we probably should have given them those books.
Right.
When they finally did the 2018 return after 3 auditors, the first 2, the one that I spoke to said, we couldn't audit them because we would have to essentially redo their books and we would be auditing
They did not
ourselves.
reconcile.
We'd be auditing ourselves.
Correct.
I don't know how the final audits were done because I didn't speak to them. I've got them on my list to call, and I asked actually Ms. Jellin today whether I am allowed to call them. And she said, well, yes, you are, but they're not obligated to speak to you. So, okay. But that's the process I'm also going down. So I'm trying to get a true picture of what happened. It was a debacle, and that's being kind. I mean, it was a mess. I will say that as it relates to, I know a bunch of FBI guys too, just because the target isn't questioned doesn't mean that there wasn't an investigation, number one. They may genuinely not have known, because if they had not been questioned, if the case had been, if the investigation had terminated before it got to them, then they would have never been questioned.
Absolutely.
So they're saying they didn't know. I don't think it was, I would not have accused them of not, I would not have made that accusation. So that's where I am. Am I?
Ladies and gentlemen, if I may.
Yes?
Thank you. So just to summarize again.
You are the city manager. You can jump right in.
Thank you. And again, I appreciate that. And I'd like to thank the city attorney. She did an eloquent job in terms of explaining why we are where we are. And frankly, you have a clear path forward to offer direction to staff in terms of the crest tier of the building and art school, the associated classrooms, to offer some sense of direction. If there's not a preparation to accomplish that tonight, I'd like to see us get to some place soon such that some guidance and direction can be offered so that we can consider external partnerships. There will not be any need to engage in another formal selection process. We clarify why we are where we are, myself in writing in previous times, individual discussions, Ms. Jellin this evening. So this is simply an opportunity for the City Commission to offer staff, the Office of the City Manager, and others direction in terms of what sees fit. If you're not prepared to do that this evening, please offer some sense as to when that might be possible, because the facility is up and running and available. So many of you all talked about recent visits at the facility, the renovation. We celebrated that back on March 1st, 2024. You have the art classrooms ready to go, quite frankly. And with their proper partner coming in as far as the theater component, a lot of opportunities can be achieved in that regard as well. That's the purpose of this discussion. I really don't think it's productive to go back and forth and clarifying or arguing what happened back way when and so forth, but because we've done that several times now. We had a process that was committed during the goal-setting session, May 3rd, 2024, resulting in a discussion during the next City Commission meeting, May 7th, 2024, resulting in a interview process, May 21st, 2024, and a last meeting, May 23rd, 2024. That's why I thought this process today was appropriate. You've had many opportunities. I think we have a clear path forward. I think the city attorney and I are on the same alignment in that regard. So the purpose of this dialogue this evening is to receive some sense of direction. If you're not in position to accomplish that today, I'll be more than happy to facilitate it again at the next meeting, if not the July 9th meeting. I would like to succinctly hear from you all what your thoughts are so that we can go forward one way or another. I think we owe the community that. We owe ourselves that as an organization. You owe yourselves that as a city commission, because a lot of hard work had been achieved to get the facility up and ready for some sense of use. Right. And it is now available. That's been the case since March 1st. Is the process 100% perfect per se? No, it was not. But we've clarified that left and right, ladies and gentlemen. So let's please have some sense of direction and guidance. We've interviewed people, and there's a lot of interest, momentum, Malou activity, so that we can enjoy ourselves. That's why this is here.
Thank you. Yes.
We talked about having Parks and Rec rent out the classrooms. Did we want to talk about that some more?
That's an option. So if I may, please forgive me, Commissioner. I'm just a little excited right now.
You are.
Thank you. And
I have not seen you this excited.
yes, well, I am often,
Go
and I'm
ahead.
coming from a very sincere and genuine and caring place. I promise you that.
Please, go ahead.
Some rum cake.
I'll pass. So in any event, that was one of the options that was communicated during one of our meetings, to have a license agreement arrangement,
Right.
something to be administered by the Department of Parks and Recreation. The genesis of that was the thought and expectation that commissioners offered relative to making this opportunity available for the summer. Who would be best to make that opportunity happen? That's an opportunity as well. So to facilitate something like that, that's one of several options having been discussed. However, a big part of this discussion is a function of the May 23rd exercise. The formal direction was to reject all associated considerations at that time, which created a sense of flexibility to include that specific idea. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, please, if you all can somehow succinctly offer some thoughts and some guidance in terms of what the next steps are. We have a wonderful facility. It was in bad shape for quite a while, but as of March of this year, we are at a much better place. So we need to do something with it. And I implore you to offer some sense of direction. If you need to take a little bit of time and get your thoughts together over the next coming days or whatever the case may be, but if you're ready tonight, that's great too. Let's have it, ladies and gentlemen. I love all of you to pieces. I love this community. Every last one of you. I really do. It may not seem like it all the time, but I do. Which is why I'm speaking as I am. And it's late.
I would support getting the classrooms activated for the summer to have the Parks and Rec to do that.
I think whether we do it by license or whether we do it by rental, I would recommend a license agreement. I think it's got a better, in my opinion, but I'm not second guessing the city attorney, but I mean, as opposed to renting rooms, I'd rather do it under license. I mean,
The license would really just be for one organization, because, and I was there with Commissioner Margaret today, so I think if you're gonna do a license, that's fine. I would only recommend doing a license for one organization. I just suggested the permits because I felt like there was some sense of urgency to rent out the classrooms, but I spoke with Missy today. You could rent them out for, I think the going rate for nonprofits is $10 a square foot. So you could give a discount to that, whatever you wanted to do. But in further thinking that, I think there would be some issues with issuing permits because technically somebody could just come into the city tomorrow, permit all the classrooms for themselves, and if we don't really have a process
which is why I
in place-
recommend a license.
Correct.
That's my own view. I'm one person. So if we do it by license.
Well, okay.
And I know the OSS people are gonna be mad at what I said tonight, but everyone's gotta take responsibility for their acts, and until OSS stands up and says, we were wrong too, which not once has it been said, that the conduct of not giving the financial statements over to the people that were giving you the money
Right.
doesn't count. When you've financially and contractually obligated yourselves to do it, I'm sorry, that's just, you're not the best person to run it because you didn't follow the rules when you had it the last time. You were great, you got us to a great spot. But the reality was, and I don't know what happened in the last 2 years there, don't know, but the reality is the financial situations got out of control and disclosures were not made and audits were late, and this is not forgiving the city.
Mayor, at the
Got
last
us in-
meeting, I gave them the opportunity to come back, and if they could correct the problem, I would reconsider them. And instead of doing that, they called me a liar.
I'm not
That's
getting
very
into, I don't want
serious.
to, I'm
I'm
trying
not
to relitigate this
relitigating.
thing.
I'm
just
saying
trying to
they
use
had the
benefit.
opportunity and they chose not to.
I'm trying not to relitigate
So
the things.
moving
There's a settlement
on.
agreement out there. We're going to live with the
Can
settlement
we
agreement.
just start
But my
on the
point was, I
subject?
came, my independent, I spent a lot of time getting all this information.
I know,
a
and I
lot
appreciate that you did the
of time.
research. Thank you.
And
This
used a lot of
gentleman is-
man hours of my people putting together all the chronological emails and all this other kind of stuff that, that we digested. And
Thank you for
the
doing
only
that.
thing, the only thing that is absolutely certain is that this thing was handled terribly.
Well, we're still handling it.
And we're still handling it. But I think we're moving a little bit. I don't know.
Yet to be seen.
So anyway, that's my
Okay,
view. That's my view.
so here we are. This gentleman's
Because
been
those
sitting
old school
here.
squares are going to say, unless you give it to us, you guys are wrong.
Yeah.
But that doesn't matter that we didn't give you the information. Doesn't matter that we relayed on our audits. It
Called
doesn't
your
matter
staff
that they
liars.
turned down financial help. It doesn't matter.
Can I
Tried
ask
to
a
get your
question?
city attorney disbarred.
We had a settlement agreement which basically implied that we're not going to talk about this anymore. We were going to move forward, and that's how we started out the last meeting, which was you said that, Mayor, we're going to talk about moving forward. And my complaint here tonight, based on what I heard back from the community and my own perception, frankly, was that Commissioner Burns and I were the only ones that even talked about Old School Square's presentation. After you said at the beginning of the meeting, we're going to move forward, we're going to
Great
focus on moving forward.
presentation. All I'm saying is,
no one here referenced that except Commissioner Burns and I.
I'm only
It was-
taking reference to we're the best ones to do it.
Right.
Because if you didn't comply with the rules before, the settlement agreement is what it does. There- All kinds of accusations were being thrown at each other. I mean, they wanted to disbar this one, and they wanted to do this one, this one. I mean, it's settled. But it doesn't say that the conduct under the agreements to supply financial information, which was not part of the settlement, the failure to give stuff that was under the A guide. I read this stuff, I'm happy to go through every motion that was made, including the initial lawsuit that was filed and how the judge whittled down all those things, then the responses made. I mean, I never wanted to know this much about this. But all I'm saying is, I'm not talking about the settlement agreement, but someone's conduct is not irrelevant. Someone understanding we made mistakes too, because what's saying if they don't think they made a mistake before, then what? I mean, you're honestly saying that there were no mistakes made over there? That it's okay not to give your financial information when you contract to do it? I mean, if you were at a bank, they'd throw you out.
No one has ever said that.
That's not what I'm saying.
No one has ever said that up here. I've never said that. Commissioner Burns has never said that.
All I'm saying is, I take into account.
You've acknowledged that you would have given them a chance had you been up here, right? Why not give them that chance now then? When they are the group that you just said got us here, and we're not talking about the whole campus. We're talking about art classes, right? Why not give them that chance that they didn't get when Commissioner Casal was up here?
I gave them that chance.
No, you didn't. That's not how it works.
It's on the record. I said
You
at the
can't vote
evening
no,
of the
then say at
vote-
the next meeting I'll give you a shot.
I
That's
said
not
I would
how
give
it
them
works.
any time in the future. Yes, it is. We can
No,
do
it
whatever
isn't.
we want. Yes, it is.
Do we have?
We could have reconsidered. Can we just move on at this point?
Yes.
Right.
I'm sorry,
This
what?
lovely gentleman's been sitting here all night, and I would like it if Mr. Moore would sit down with him and talk about what he could do in the theater.
Am I able to speak for 2 minutes?
No, I apologize, you cannot. But what I would like to say to you is,
Oh, I really do.
if I may, what I would like to say is, I thank you for coming and expressing your desire. I appreciate your team. I think the classrooms, we need to have some art classes, as I said to you before. But I think what you bring to the table, I really appreciate, and I would love if we could work with you.
Great. Can I reply to that?
No, thank you.
But I think we're at a stage where we need to get proposals from the companies that want to
No,
bid, so that we can see.
already did this, Mr. Markert, a couple of times.
You've got terms and conditions from all of them, and we know what they're going to pay.
Because
I
it's
haven't seen any of that.
Okay, go ahead, Lynn. Could you explain
We could
this?
negotiate that. So you could direct Mr. Moore to have a conversation with whoever, and we can negotiate the terms and conditions based on what your direction is and what Mr. Moore believes is in the best interest of the city.
And we will bring back respective recommendations and considerations to the city commission.
That's what I think is the next step.
That's all we have to do. So, and that's what I was getting at earlier, if I may chime back in again, once again. Yes, Commissioner. So in any event, yes, given you all's consensus or interest in that regard, there was a discussion regarding the license arrangement for the classrooms, and then there's this other consideration regarding the theater itself. So a couple different approaches. We will simply assemble staff to negotiate what that would look like and actually bring them back.
Pardon me, I'm sorry, that's off.
Sorry.
Some information with respect to what the permitting process looks like, because I don't even know what it's going to entail for people to get into those classrooms and utilize them. I'd like an understanding of that so that we know it works. But in the meantime, I am amenable to, with you working with this gentleman and discussing what he might have to offer the city.
As in
because
27 productions, is that what you're
That is
referring to?
correct.
And so, colleagues,
Yes.
I mean, please.
he's not saying, we're not talking
We're
about the
talking
classroom,
about
we're
for the
talking
theater.
about the theater.
Yes.
Correct.
Correct. 27 productions, the theater. That's
That's
exactly
right.
what they talked about. But
Yes.
again, I need to hear, we all need to hear from everybody.
I've expressed it, so if
Yes, ma'am.
two others would like to jump in, I would appreciate that.
We need one more.
We need one more.
That's fine. I was going to call. I mean,
That's
we
three.
emailed me today.
You can go home.
It's strictly for the Crest
I think we
Theater.
need to talk to people. We absolutely need to talk to people.
They're the only ones that talked about bringing money to the table. I mean, it would behoove us to talk to them.
We can decide whether that's a good idea or a bad idea. My thought in that generally is that this is property is owned by the city, and when you ask somebody else to come in and give money to fix things up, they get a degree of leverage over you and entitlement over you than you don't deserve. I would rather bite the bullet, fix the place up with great advice to get it to where it's supposed to be, and then be in complete control of whoever goes into that facility.
So, ladies and gentlemen,
that would be my thing.
27 productions for the theater.
That's a separate matter.
Yes.
I think I counted several of you all who said okay to that effect. So we would arrange a meeting in the coming days or so to offer what that will look like, and then we would get back. Now, getting back to the art classrooms. So let's offer some direction in that regard so that we can consider a license agreement structure, if you will, for one organization. I'll support what Lynn Jellin talked about as far as the merits of one organization having that opportunity.
Well,
Yes?
I support reaching out to the Boca Museum because they can get classes up and running practically immediately, and we should have classes going on for our students and
We
our
need
adults.
clarification of what immediately means.
Well, let Mr. Moore or Miss Jellin call them, talk to them, and see if they're still interested after the other evening. They may very well not be.
I thought
Reach
this was
out.
going to be open to anyone that wanted to use the classrooms.
I
Yeah, I think
believe
they're
you're
getting
saying you need one person, one organization, one group.
We need direction, so
I'm
we
saying-
can either permit the classrooms, like we permit a pavilion at the park.
No, we're gonna
or
permit the
we
classrooms.
can permit.
Won't that
or we
be
can
very
license the
difficult for
classrooms to
staff?
one
Is
organization.
that
License the
challenging for
classrooms,
staff?
a licensed
Okay,
classroom.
so there's consensus for a license for the classrooms?
As opposed to permitting, yeah, I mean,
Okay.
it's
And
a better way to do
so,
it.
do you want us to, I'm gonna be very candid. I
Please.
think that we're gonna, doing it with staff, we still don't have clear direction. So if maybe you wanna nominate one of yourselves to come to the meeting and have a discussion, and we can, because I just feel like we're gonna be back in square one.
I'm putting Boca Museum back on the table, and my desire would be to have staff reach out to the Boca Museum and see if they're still interested, and then get back to us. I would like
Get back to
two
you
others.
with an agreement, or get back to you with just information?
We need to know if they're interested and what they're willing to offer.
I want
They
to see
had
their
a plan.
proposal. That's
Yeah.
that's the next step. We need proposals from
Margaret,
anybody that's interested in
They
participating
had a
in
plan.
the last step.
They have ideas and information, and I think they would be fully willing to give you a
We
proposal.
have an agreement with them from a couple of years ago.
Okay.
So, I mean,
There
if
you
that
go.
one is not.
That's a different deal. I mean, a lot of things
was-
have
it
changed for
was-
them and for us, so.
Are you amenable to staff reaching out to them to see if they're interested in getting a proposal? There you are,
I'm
you have
amenable
three.
to anything.
Thank you. Mr. Hajmiri.
What about other?
I know, I'm sorry. Wake up.
Yeah, so can we only reach out to one? Because I made my stance
your
clear.
time.
And I think Commissioner Burns has too.
Shall we reach out to more than one?
I'm looking for the Boca Museum. That's it. I'm not reaching out to Old School Square.
I think we should.
I want to see I want to see a written proposal.
Are
from
you
all
willing
the
to
ones-
take Old School Square
Yeah, I think
under
we
the
can-
circumstances
yeah.
here?
Mr. Market would like to see Old School Square as well.
I'm not interested in doing business with somebody who's
Well, you
lied
made
about
that
us.
clear. You
That's
can-
my prerogative.
You can
It
vote any way
follows
you
our
choose at the
purchasing
time,
order.
at the time it's on the table. So, you're saying you want every group that was there to give you
Yeah,
a
I want
proposal for the
to see. I
classroom?
want to see a written
Only
proposal.
two really wanted to do the classroom, Mr. Market. Only
Say what?
two. There were only two that wanted the classrooms for art classes.
Yeah, we've got a whole staff in.
I know.
They're all here right now, 10 o'clock at night.
I know.
And it's
Thank you.
impressive.
I'm sorry.
Well, now that
Music.
people know that it's
impressive.
open,
They're
others
talking
may be
art.
interested in it as well.
Well, we can't go out to others at this point, right? I mean, this is getting.
Yeah, let's just move this along.
I
Come on.
really
Then
can't
we've
even
got some
believe
good
it.
candidates in the mix. We just need to see
So great.
proposals.
A proposal. proposal would be lovely.
So you
Thank
want basically like a best and final proposal from all of the participants? Is
Yeah.
that what I'm hearing?
That's what
No,
that's my
because I think
It's a
there's
lot
there-
to
several
give
of
a
them are not
proposal.
even respond. I mean,
I
they're really.
understand.
I mean, they were not even responsive. I don't want to get into names. You had 3 that were kind of in the responsive mode. Boca, 27, and OSS. Those are the only 3 that gave. With respect to, if there's consensus here, I'd like to cull the list.
I'm willing to do that. I think they called themselves.
Okay, so license considerations for the art classrooms
Right.
for those 3 organizations. However, for the theater itself, we will negotiate some arrangement with 27 Productions for the theater. Is that clear?
And we'll accept
Well,
their
I wanna hear what
proposal
they have to
for
say
the
because-
classrooms.
Because
as well.
I find their greatest thing is going to be the amphitheater.
Very well.
No, the amphitheater
Because
is
the theater's
currently.
not done yet. I don't want to. I want to be able to turn something
The
over to someone to be
amphitheater
able
is
to operate
licensed
right
to
away.
The amphitheater is licensed to the
Amphitheater's
DDA right now.
We're only talking about the
We're
Crest Theater
talking about the
building
Crest
facility.
Theater and the classrooms.
But we want to get into what they can do with the amphitheater. As I said, I'd be delighted to work with Laura to see if I can get her to release that
Okay,
to get a
we just-
professional organization in
We
so the
need
city
to
can make money.
wrap up what we
That's a
need to do
separate-
tonight, though.
Yes, sir. Yes,
So
ma'am.
thank you.
So
It's fine.
27 productions for the theater.
2 separate
facilities.
conversations.
2
I think
separate
we've already
conversations,
said
yep.
we all accept them for the theater. You don't have to provide anything for the theater but conversations with our city manager that he can then relay back to us so we can have an understanding of what your thoughts are going forward and then come to some consensus on that. And then the 3 different applicants will submit something to you. I don't know what we're asking for. You know,
Fine.
when they can start classes, types of
Yeah.
classes,
Types
how
of
they
classes,
can,
when they can start classes,
how they're
many
going to
classes
pay
they
for
need, I mean,
their programming, blah, blah, blah.
right. Good.
And then can we get Mr. Hajimiri up here to do the next item?
Yep. Okay, I'm all set. So this will be in the next meeting or 2 meetings from now, quite
Well, let's
frankly.
make it the next meeting if we can.
If we can, I'll try to shoot for the June 18th session.
July 4th. That'll be
Motion to
item number
approve.
4. They're going to hold the parade up until we're done.
So I'm gonna read the resolution. Are we on?
Yeah,
AA?
you may. I'm sorry, Mayor. I'm taking over here. I'm making
Hassan,
me dinner.
it's so good to see you handling 8A. If you
Thank you
wouldn't
all
mind
for
presenting
staying all
the
night
item
and for coming.
so that we can get out of
Bye.
Dodge.
I'm going to read the resolution because it's a public hearing. A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Delray Beach, Florida, adopting a facility plan for a future water treatment plant relating to the Florida Department of Environmental Protection State Revolving Fund, authorizing the city manager to take any and all actions necessary to effectuate the intent of this resolution, providing an effective date and for other purposes. And just a reminder, this is a public hearing.
Motion to approve.
No, not yet. We need to invite the public up. Comment.
Seeing none?
Does anybody want to speak on this? All right,
please.
seeing no one now, you can do a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Thank you.
Just a reminder, you had the presentation last week, so.
Yes.
No, I know,
Like
and
the
that's
last
why
meeting.
I'm
Right.
Okay, yes.
So the resolution is adopted, that's the big thing that we're here for.
That's what this is for. That's what they're approving.
Yes.
Bye. Have a lovely evening.
Stand
Thank
up,
you
we
for your
haven't
time.
voted yet. You don't
We
know
need
that
a- we need a
you're going to
vote.
win. Stand by. We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Now you can get up.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great presentation, Hassan, as always.
Anytime.
Appreciate it. Okay, we have a first reading. Thank God.
Ordinance 18-24, an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Delray Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 33, Police and Fire Rescue Departments of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Delray Beach, Florida, by amending Police Officers' Retirement System, Section 33.65, Administration, amending Firefighters' Retirement System, and Section 33.79, Administration, to provide for staggered terms for trustees, providing a conflicts clause, a severability clause, authority to codify, providing an effective date, and for other purposes. And this is first reading. So there's no
Motion to
presentation.
approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Oh, we're cooking with gas now, okay. Actually, I can't do that in New York, but you can do it everywhere else, okay. Comments on non-agenda items from the city manager?
One item briefly, and that is to offer well-deserved congratulations to all involved in Delray Beach's recently announced Best Beach Award designation. So that's a fantastic achievement for our community as well as our organization. So kudos to all involved in helping to achieve that outcome. Otherwise, I yield.
Comments from the city attorney?
None.
Comments from the commissioners. Who would like to go first? Rob? I mean, Mr. Long? Commissioner Long?
Got two
Whatever
quick
we're
ones.
calling ourselves these days.
Whatever you want. I got two quick ones. There was some, we'll call it confusion, about the CRA sort of dismissal of the two independent members that was brought up at the last CRA meeting. Lynn, I was hoping you could just clarify why you, at the time, recommended that we make that decision.
So back in 2021, it was discussed with that commission whether or not we could revert the CRA back to an independent board not comprised of the city commission. My staff did some research, and we actually reached out to the Attorney General's office in Tallahassee to get some guidance from them. As you probably know, they issue opinions on things like this, and so we sought some guidance. In the midst of the conversation, the Attorney General actually commented that they didn't understand how the city went from an independent board to almost like to this hybrid board, because in their opinion, even though the statute provided for alternative CRAs, it only talked about the it wasn't referenced specifically with this flip-flop. So once you go and you have this independent board to go to if you want to change it, and you have the right to make that election, it was almost it was questioned whether or not having this hybrid was proper, because they felt that if you were going to leave the independent board, it should just be the city commission. We never got an official opinion on it. At the time, I did apprise the members of the commission and Renee, and then the commission just didn't take action, didn't really get around to it until 2023, last year.
Yeah.
But
So-
it's true, is it not, that there are boards with independent members, and I could list them out in the state of Florida.
But they started that way. That's the point.
Right, that's-
Whenever it
No,
reverts,
not all of them.
whenever it reverts back to a commission board, I think we had spoken about this, and you couldn't find any examples where they reverted back to a hybrid.
No,
When that wasn't the original
And even
formation.
the flip-flop is very uncommon. And so, when you look at the language and you read it collectively, it talks about the alternative at the time of adoption or any time thereafter to appoint itself. Then the next alternatives, they don't talk about at the time, to revert. And so that's why the Attorney General and the Assistant Attorney General really questioned whether or not that composition was even accurate. I think there was some concerns about really moving forward with a formal opinion on it, because there was a concern that if it wasn't properly configured, there had been many decisions made from the time that the board was deconfigured to the time to.
But
to
no one told us
2020.
we had to take them off, correct?
I'm
That
sorry?
that was a choice by the commission. No one
It
told
was
the
my
commission they
advice.
had to.
We were
Okay,
going with the
thank you.
advice of the city attorney.
Well, that wasn't clear
I
at
think
the
it was
time.
correct advice. I think you either you're a constituted board by the city commission, or you're an independent board. I don't think you can do the hybrid.
Well, there are hybrids all over the state. I can
You can do
provide
the
list.
hybrid, but you have to make that election at the time that you
At
create
the time of
the
the initial
board.
election, you can make, you can
Right.
do it. You can say, we're gonna have a
So
board
when
that
you
constitutes.
reverted, we didn't
No, I think
believe
we
that
can go
you
back,
could
but-
you could have the hybrid.
No, she's saying we can't go back. I
We
asked her.
we tried that. We looked into it.
That
We
was
we
what
wanted
the
to.
community wanted to go
Yeah,
back.
but
That's
she's
why we
saying
even
you
started.
can't.
Yeah.
That's
I am
why
not-
they.
cannot go back
I am
to an
not
independent
positive
board.
that legally-
Well, if you have an idea, I mean, I think we'd be very open
Well,
to
I
hear.
mean, whether we want to do it or not is a separate matter, but that's a.
All right, that's another conversation. Yeah, so that's settled. Just wanted to make sure that was clear and on the record. Thank you. My last comment is about, we had some comments on our Facebook page, on both our city page and our DDA page, that were very upsetting to a lot of folks. Got a lot of calls about it, and we got an email from Gina about it, so you guys probably saw it. It was regarding our Pride Festival this weekend and the post that the city put up about it. And there were a lot of hateful, homophobic, just awful comments, and there was a lot of upset folks about it. And I was really upset by it myself, frankly. And I spoke with Gina and with Laura Simon about it, because it was on a DDA post as well. And I know that you guys and your teams, I think Laura just left, were really diligently police those comments as much as legally permissible for government institutions. And I want to thank them and their teams for really staying on top of that as much as we can. I wanted to really offer some context, though, frankly, for these trolls who were doing this, is that you're outnumbered in Delray Beach. On the city post, there were 96 negative responses. but there were 1,021 positive ones. And I want people to know that you're outnumbered 10-1 if you bring hate into our city. Probably frankly more than 10-1, because a lot of these people have like multiple fake accounts. And I wanted the folks who are upset about to know that too. The people that thought that there was this pervasive amount of these ugly comments, that there was 10 times as many positive and supportive comments.
So can't we scrub? I mean, seriously, don't we have the right to scrub that from our Facebook page?
It's tricky. Yeah. And that's the problem. And then hiding it, we'd have to hide all the comments. And when 10 times more of them are positive, I'd hate to do that and frankly let these people win.
That's unfortunate.
I agree, but anyway, I'll end quick here. The takeaway is that Delray Beach is a community of acceptance, support, and unity. And we stand with the LGBTQ plus community. And a handful of these cowards hiding behind their keyboards is never going to change that. And I look forward to celebrating at our Pride Festival this weekend. And I anticipate this being our best turnout yet.
Mr. Marker.
I just have one shout out. Gina Carter, who's in the back row over there, she stayed the whole meeting. She heads up marketing and communications for Delray Beach, and she won a very prestigious marketing award last week, which is fantastic.
Well done.
And I said to colleagues when I first met her a couple of months ago and had my orientation meeting with her, she was so impressive. She's every bit as skilled as anybody that I worked with in a Fortune 5000 company. And we are very fortunate to have her. And she's just a nice, happy person, and she's winning awards, and it's bringing our city to the forefront. So thank you, Gina.
Commissioner Casal.
I agree. We have amazing employees, all of them. Thank you. I have something super quick. I've been speaking to Renee, and I went and met with Smith Hensey. None of you were on the commission. At one point in time, I was encouraging the CRA to look to purchase the Plumosa site, which is over 12 acres, to utilize for affordable workforce and affordable senior housing. So I met with Smith Hensey to figure out how these numbers could work. Right now, if you look online, that property on PAPA, on the property assessor records, is a market value of about $7 million. It's located at 1712 Northeast 2nd Ave, if anyone wants to look it up. We could put between 200 and 250 units on that property, not we, the city, we, the CRA. We could, if we could purchase it, put 100 senior affordable housing units on that property. It's 1712, it's the old Plumosa School. 100 units, senior affordable, up to 60% area median income, AMI, with 10% at 30 and 90% at 60. So that's considerable. We could do an additional 150 units combined, family affordable and workforce, with 60% or 150 family affordable, with at a rate of 30 to 80% AMI, and 40%, the remaining 40%, which is 150, 40% of the 150, pardon me, it's late, would be 60 units with a mixture of 30 to 120 AMI. We could do it in 3 phases, and I worked on this before, and I met with all of our community partners who are involved in development, except Ms. Odom, and I look forward to meeting with her because I hope she's interested, like everybody else, in pushing this forward. The first phase, you would go in for the seniors because that's where we can get the tax abatement. The second phase, you go in for the family affordable, and you do the third phase, the workforce, last, because there's not a lot of tax money for these kind of projects. Senior housing is desperately needed, senior affordable housing. Seniors are becoming homeless at the fastest rate. Family affordable, also needed, and workforce. And these are at the lower levels. What we've been providing, I'm looking out for somebody, but there's no one. Okay, Mr. Long, there you are. What we've been providing in our city for the most part has been at the much higher level, and it really doesn't provide the affordable housing. It's workforce at the high level. This would really satisfy the needs of people that are hardworking in our city. The premiums are going up, and the market is moving against us, so now is the time. So when I spoke to Renee, I was asking, could we do this? You know, what do we have for acquisition? We have $7 million in our CRA budget right now that we could use for acquisition, or approximately. It's not an exact number. We also have $40 million that we've put aside for Pompey Park, which we are phase funding, meaning we're putting out the money in phases. So we don't have to put the full 40 out next year. We can do this over the course of 3 or 4 years. We have the money to go out and acquire that 12 acres. We can do something amazing in this city. The CRA will do it. Our partners are all on board, but what we feel is that we've kind of not been, the CRA itself, first of all, the school board, there have been different people, and we got stuck with some staffers, and there wasn't a real feeling of whether or not the full CRA board wanted this. But if this, all I'm asking for the city of Delray Beach for us to approve tonight, to get a consensus for, is to have Renee work with Mr. Moore to write a letter to the school board saying that the CRA and the city want to get this property. That's all I need, and I hope you're all on board.
I have any comments from any consensus from the commission?
And I have a giant report on how this could work.
I thought they weren't interested, but I wouldn't be opposed to finding out, looking into that.
Actually, they never said they weren't interested. That one of our members said that, but our staff did not, confirmed otherwise. The question really, I think, amounts to the dollars, right? How much are we willing to pay, and will they let it go? That's the question. They've never actually said
A letter
no.
doesn't cost us anything.
No, a letter doesn't cost us anything.
We certainly need the housing.
Sure.
Yes.
I have no issue with sending a letter, but I happen to know some folks on the school board, and I can tell you right now, they're not selling off any land, period. They're not selling any of it. And this did come up a few years ago, I recall.
Yes, it's come up multiple
Commissioner
times.
Boylston brought it up, and I think he got voted down at the time. And
Because he
that
wanted
was-
houses that
Right,
were
but
not,
that's-
that were market
but that was
value.
Stephen buying it. They couldn't get consensus to do it at the time. I remember it, and now school board, from what I know, isn't selling it. Doesn't hurt to send a letter and see if they've changed their
Right.
position.
There's a dire need for housing.
Yeah, there's no
Dire
reason
need
we
for
shouldn't send a
housing.
letter, but
Yeah.
There's no upside to this, so.
No
I
downside.
don't
No
think they're
downside
gonna
to
do
us
it.
to write.
Yeah.
So-
Yeah.
Thank you so
And-
much.
and
So
I
And we
would
could
like-
ask them when they're here.
Yeah, and not take any money from the Pompey Park situation.
no, we're not taking it. We
Yeah,
would just
because we took so
we're-
long to
we-
get that.
No, right. But we're doing very well with that money, and we have it all that we need over the course of all the years. So
Good.
we're in great shape.
Good.
Thank you.
Commissioner Burns.
So
Okay.
I'll have.
You.
Yes,
We're done.
I'm done. Thank
Oh,
you.
okay.
Thank you all so much. I'm beyond excited.
So,
Great way to end the night.
in February, one of my community meetings, burning conversations I had, Dorothy Jacks, who is our property appraiser there, and the community was concerned about the property taxes, how they're rated and whatnot. But one of the conversations that we had near the end was the super senior exemption.
Yes.
And so I really would like for the commission to think about, Ms. Jacks identified 46 parcels in Delray, homes that have market values less than $250,000 and have had homestead exemption for 25 years or more. She's identified 46 parcels, and then 801 parcels that have regular low income senior exemption. So now the only city that has done this super senior discount is Boynton Beach right now. So I would like for Delray, for us to consider having this super senior exemption for our residents and these 46 parcels that qualify right now.
I know that's something Reverend Barr is very concerned about too.
Did we do some type of exemption?
We did, but it's not the one that Commissioner Burns is
I mean,
referring
I'd
to.
certainly like to look at it because, I mean, these elderly people,
Yeah, this,
to the extent we can give them relief because they've been in their house for so long,
Right.
it's certainly
And
worth
their
a look
Social
at to
Security
see.
is not
Ms.
going
Jacks
down.
offered to assist staff with
That would be-
preparing
I
it.
think that's a great suggestion.
Yeah, so the meeting that you're referring to took place Wednesday, April 10th, 2024. Len, myself, and Dorothy Jacks were all part of the program. So we have the ability to follow up with her
Yes.
with the consensus to consider that. We'll come back with an update as soon as we can.
yeah, she sent an email and copied both you and I on, I don't have the date, but she sent an email. So there's an email
Yes, ma'am.
with this information in it that she's already gathered up for us.
Yes, ma'am. I'm all set.
And the second thing is, Ms. Jolin provided us with a code of conduct that the city of Fort Lauderdale is doing, and I really think we need to consider that.
Yeah, we should have adopted that.
Based on
last
tonight's meeting,
Yeah.
I think that it would be a great thing for us to consider the city commission code of conduct.
I'm all for it.
Okay.
Do you
Good,
want it
but-
in our local rules, or do you want it, because they actually put it in their code?
I don't want it in the code.
So in the
I mean,
local
our
rules,
local
that's easy.
rules, yeah.
Okay.
Read it first, I haven't.
I will bring it back for
Yeah,
you.
carefully.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to read it carefully. And
Not
we
just
had
you,
talked
man,
about adding
everyone.
other things about disclosure in there as well. You could probably, if you wanna explain that.
So Florida statute does allow for the commission to require additional disclosures regarding like conflicts of interest and things like that, more so than just simply ex parte communications. I believe I had sent
Are we
Commissioner.
subject to that anyway, under the Board of Ethics?
Well, you have to disclose your conflicts of interest, which typically relate to financial relationships that you have. I could, but Florida statute allows you to go even further than that if the commission wanted to. I can look at it. I didn't really explore it because there wasn't direction for it, but it is something that you are allowed to do if that's something the commission is interested in.
I'd look at it if it's more transparent. I mean,
Okay, I'll
I
bring
think
it back.
I think the Board of Ethics is pretty good.
I will bring both back.
All right, I only have 7 things. And I'm going to use
We have
yours
29
first
minutes.
over there.
We have 29 minutes.
Because these are things I go over with Mr. Moore, and I know he's ready with me on answers. But the first one I'm going to ask is about the new business on Atlantic Avenue with the inappropriate signage. I've asked so we could. I know you answered it, but I've been working with code enforcement to see where we are in it and how we can move things along. And so, here we go.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission. Sam Walthour, Neighborhood and Community Services. You are correct, Mr. Mayor. The business that you're referencing is currently under enforcement for violations of the signage on the window that exceeds 20% of the aggregate glass area. They're also under enforcement for a business use that's not allowed in that district. And finally, they're under enforcement for business hours that were not approved as a part of their approval process for the ZCU.
That was a 30-day citation, right?
Yes, the NOV, the notice of violation, gives them the 30 days. We have an re-inspection rather, that will take place the week of June 17th. So we'll go back, and if they are not in compliance with those violations, we can then schedule a hearing that they would have to appear.
Right.
And that's the update.
I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
And I just want to make sure that our code, we need to work on our code to ensure that these things really don't, I mean, I know that's what code enforcement is supposed to be doing, but are we specific enough in our land development regulations as to these uses and not being prohibited and this kind of stuff? Or do we need to expand the definition?
Yeah, that business received a zoning certificate of use that was very clear.
Very clear and
on
definitive.
what the
It sure
parameters
was.
were,
Okay. Yep.
And
So
they
we're-
chose to ignore it.
That's exactly right.
Yes.
Okay.
And that's why we are where we are, Mr. Walthour. Go get them.
We didn't approve it, in other words.
No, you did not. 100% no.
I'm only going to give you this, the plan and timeline for the discussion of the golf course. You have told me it's going to be on July the 9th.
Yes,
We're
sir.
gonna be
So
having that meeting.
not only I talked to you about that early, but it was highlighted as the first update in the May 24th, 2024 City Commission information letter. I discussed in writing as well as orally with you and a couple others of the associated costs, of which we'll contemplate that as part of a budget adjustment you'll be considering during next week's meeting, June 18th. The next meeting following would be July 9th, in which we anticipate offering the opportunity for City Commission to approve the necessary expenditures based on the budget adjustment consideration, hopefully to be approved in 2
And we're going to learn
weeks.
at that time the scope of what the work he's going to be trying to do.
That basis of presentation will take place July 9th to that effect as we forward that recommendation along. Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to cut these because I got too many of them. The plan for, yeah, I take notes and so after I don't hear things in a couple of weeks, I bring them back. Those little stumps we have of the palm trees, the royal palms.
Yes, sir.
The thing to try to get them replaced.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So, as I was able to visit with staff over the last day or two, the stump removal has to commence in that regard, followed by the development, the replanting of trees. So, more specifics will be forthcoming via the Department of Parks and Recreation.
But as I stressed, the replanting it really can't be twigs.
Of
There's gotta be
course.
something of substantive.
Yes, sir. And that's what we're working to accomplish, and that's been the direction. I emphasize the Department of Parks and Recreation because our landscape division, if you will, is a function of the Department of Parks and Recreation, I think, as all of you know, and therefore that direction is currently underway.
All right, I'm going to stop this, except one more thing. At some point, we need to start the process of visions, because it's going to take a while. The Visions 2030, where, I mean, we can go back and look at what we did in 2020 or 2010. I mean, I think we formed a committee. Each one of the commissioners chose, I don't know, I forgot how many people we chose. Then there were some other chosen at large to start the process, because we really want to get that visioning process started, and it's going to take some time to get everybody organized.
So in the
that was
next
my only comment.
in the next couple meetings or so, we'll create an opportunity for the commission to begin structuring that. So, Mr. Mayor, you and I will work closely with one another if the rest of the body does not mind me engaging in that regard, because that was one of the highlights of the May 3rd goal-setting session this year, that we get to that place. I believe consensus and support was offered at that time. So I look forward to working with you. We bring everybody up to speed in terms of what that looks like, and we go from there.
Good. I have nothing else. I do, but I won't. And if there's anything else, we are adjourned.
Good night.